All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of Monday, June 23rd, 2025. I now call the meeting to order. It's now time for Pledge of Allegiance. If you wouldn't mind rising and joining me in the pledge tonight. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anna, will you please do the voice roll call?
Chair Harlan.
Here.
Vice Chair Zick.
Here.
Commissioner Rojas.
Here.
Commissioner Klepak. Here. Commissioner Andrade.
Here.
Commissioner Dixon.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
We have no announcements or presentations this evening, which brings us to public comments. This is for matters not listed on the agenda. Public comments will be heard this time on items that are not listed on the agenda but are within our jurisdiction. I'll open up public comment. If you'd like to speak, please come to either podium. And if you're participating by Zoom, please use the raise hand option at the bottom of the screen. And if you're joining the meeting by phone and like to speak, please press *9. Mr. Humphrey, let me just turn on the podium for you. Welcome.
Good evening, Commission. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Actually, real short thing. In printing out the staff report, it's happened to me a couple of other times, and I diddled around and figured out an answer. But these reports are for public consumption, for us to be able to look at them and then print them off. And you may notice that the parts of that came from a different format page, when printed off on a normal format, did not print off as were in the document. They're chopped off on one end, chopped off on the bottom. And it's because the page that it's generated from to be on the screen is a different size page. And the printer doesn't know that type of page. I'm sure it is an issue that serves everybody everywhere, not just here, it's everybody. I would ask that you guys have staff, when they in fact put documents on for public consumption, that they make sure that they're in a format that can be printed effectively for the public to not have to spend a couple of hours trying to figure out how to change the format of the page and the format of the printer and the format of their computer to get that page printed. Other than that, I appreciate the fact that they're there, and though I can look at them, it is just one of the things that I would ask that the staff make sure they do. They work very hard. I'm very appreciative of how hard they work. And nobody who just sets up the pages to put in the printer, think about it, because they already have it set up for the city's printers. At home, we're a little different. So if people could check on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers like to speak? All right, Anna, do we have anybody on Zoom or on phone?
No, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. I will close public comments. Commissioners, now's the time for comments and suggestions. Let's start with Commissioner Rojas.
I have none, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Klepak.
None for me, thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Andrade.
I will reiterate the comments I shared last meeting. Again, appreciate the City of Costa Mesa making a public statement regarding the current situation that is happening in our community where local residents may be placed at harm. So really appreciate the city for coming together along with, I believe, the police department in making a public statement, ensuring the local residents and community that they're safe in their city and that we'll be protected and we will follow the law to its best extent. And also just encourage folks, this is a great opportunity for when the community can show up for each other. There is a great organization that is leading the work in supporting individuals that are just blatantly fearful of leaving their homes, whether that's to buy essential needs at the supermarket, drop off their kids at summer camp, pick them up, very basic needs. So if you're interested in supporting organizations at the grassroots level, it's Orange County Rapid Response, OCCR. So I invite anyone that is interested in making maybe food donations, maybe willing to drop off essentials to folks home while they're, again, fearful and are hesitant to leave their homes. Para nuestra comunidad en esta ciudad, quiero recordarles que la ciudad ha mantenido su posición con el Departamento de la Policía de que va a mantener a la comunidad segura y no va a intervenir en cualquier situación legal que esté pasando, pero va a proteger a la comunidad localmente. Hay una organización que se llama Orange County Rapid Response, que está ofreciendo ayuda a individuales que tengan miedo salir de su casa para esenciales. Tú puedes donar comida, puedes donar manejar recursos a una casa o también puedes donar financieramente. Y la organización se llama Orange County Rapid Response. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dixon?
Just a brief reminder that next weekend we have the fish fry starting on Friday. It's at Lions Park. It goes through Sunday at, I believe, 8 p.m. on Sunday. But come down and get some fish. It's an amazing, amazing event. There'll be lots of carnival rides, lots of community organizations have booths. The city will have a bunch of booths, plus the fish is excellent. So a bunch of us will be there volunteering and helping with the event over the weekend, but it's a true community event, and I encourage everyone to come down. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Martinez.
First, I'll start with some past news. On June 19th, the Airport Land Use Commission found both the Hive Live and the Victoria Place projects, which we previously considered, consistent with their Airport Environs Land Use Plan. So there's no need for a city council override or anything like that. Commissioner Dixon took my fish fry announcement, so thank you for that. And come out. It'll be a great event. I'll be there too. There's going to be a lot of booths, a lot of fun stuff. On July 3rd, Costa Mesa will have their Independence Day event at the OC Fairgrounds. Come out, watch the fireworks. 5 to 11 p.m. I would highly recommend biking there. The bike racks are right in front of the entrance, and you don't have to deal with the parking situation. And I just want to second all of Commissioner Andrade's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Zick.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm thrilled to see so many people in the audience. We're usually not treated to this much public participation. And I'm convinced that the more people that we have here and that are engaged in local issues, not only the likelihood of better decisions happening, but decisions that favor the community interest. That probability goes up greatly. So you're here because either you're in touch with the activities of the city, or because you have a friend or a neighbor that gave you a little elbow and said, hey, you need to come on down, there's something going on. And if you're in that latter category, I'd like to point out to you that the city has a feature on its webpage where you can sign up for email notification anytime a variety of 30 different things that happen in the city occur. Planning commission meetings and their agenda, city council meetings and their agenda. Those are just two of the ones I'd like to highlight. And so if you're on the city's main homepage, under the community link, it says sign up for e-notifications. You choose that and you check boxes for the subject areas you're interested in, and you'll get emails. So you can stay in touch with your city and come to more of these wonderful meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make one plug for another summer event starting July 8th. Tuesday is the Concerts in the Park series at Fairview Park, free event. Great music, great food. It's always well attended. And if you prefer not to go to a council meeting, I encourage you to go to Fairview Park. All right, that takes us to the consent calendar. We have one item on consent calendar tonight. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the Planning Commission, staff, or public request an item to be removed from the calendar for discussion. Items removed will be discussed and voted upon immediately following the Planning Commission action or the remainder of the consent calendar. And then nothing has been pulled, correct?
No, no one has pulled.
Okay. So we have meeting minutes of June 9, 2025.
I will move to accept this with one minor correction, and thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Just misspelling of my name on the,
Okay,
we can correct that.
fair enough.
Otherwise, I move that we accept the minutes with that amendment.
Okay, do we have a second? Motion by Dixon, seconded by Martinez. Let's call for the question.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great. All right, we have one public hearing item tonight. Anna, would you please read the title for it?
Public hearing item number 1, Design Review PDES-24-0013 and a tentative parcel map 2024-156 for a residential small lot subdivision to create 2 parcels, each containing a new 2-story detached single-family residence and an attached 2-car garage at 2280 Eldine Avenue. Please note we have received public comments on this item. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
Commissioners, any ex parte communications?
I visited the site today.
Okay. I can report that I had a phone call with the applicant's representative this Saturday. All
Yeah,
right.
sorry, I'll just add it, visiting the site as well. Just-
Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to Mr. Raimondo to present the item.
Thank you, Chair Harlan, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Armando, Assistant Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. The item before you tonight is a design review and tentative parcel map application for a small lot subdivision development at the subject property 2280 Eldon Avenue. The subject property is currently developed with 2 detached single-family dwellings, each with an attached 1-car garage, which will be proposed to be demolished. The project includes the request for approval of a design review and a tenant parcel map application to facilitate a residential small lot subdivision to create 2 parcels and for the construction of a new detached residential unit on each parcel. In addition, the project also proposes site improvements, including new hardscape and landscaping. The subject site is located in the east side of Costa Mesa, and the property consists of an approximately 6,470 square foot lot that is identified on the southeast corner of the intersection of Eldon Avenue and Albert Place. The property is zoned R2MD, which is our multifamily residential medium density zone, and has a general plan land use designation of medium density residential. The surrounding established neighborhood contains a mixture of single family and multifamily residential units. Now here are a couple site photos of the site. The top right photo is a view of the site from Albert Place, and the bottom right photo is a view from Eldon Avenue. So the project will involve demolishing those 2 existing dwellings and garages to accommodate the new development. The proposed tenant parcel maps proposes to subdivide the 6,470 square foot parcel that is outlined in red, and it's going to be divided into 2 separate parcels. Parcel 1, which is the parcel outlined and shaded to the right, will be the slightly larger parcel between the 2 and will consist of 3,286 square feet. And parcel 2, as seen on the left, will be 3,184 square feet in size. Both parcels will also have separate new curb cutouts to accommodate driveway access directly from Eldon Avenue. And also a sidewalk will be proposed. And when it comes to parking for a small lot subdivision development, the required parking per code is based on the amount of bedrooms per unit. The proposed site plan includes a 3-bedroom detached single-family dwelling on each parcel. And each unit will feature a 2-car garage, which you can see in the shaded areas in blue, and 2 open parking spaces met on the driveway that are immediately adjacent to the garages, which are highlighted in yellow. The small lot project also proposes to provide 49% of open space for the entire development lot, which complies with the minimum requirement of 35%. The following is a view of the floor plans, starting with the first floor. The first floor for each dwelling will contain an attached two-car garage, a great room, dining room, kitchen, and a powder room. The second floor will consist of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms each, as well as a laundry room. And here is a color rendering of the front of each unit as viewed from Eldon Avenue. Overall, the project proposes a contemporary farmhouse features, which are compatible with the immediately surrounding neighborhood, as the neighborhood features a diverse collection of architectural styles, including other residences with modern, eclectic, and traditional influences. The proposed design meets the intent of the city's residential design guidelines, as each unit features a variety of projections and has been designed with articulation and offsets with varying roof types and materials to avoid boxy-like appearances. The building materials would include a mixture of stucco plaster, stone veneer, and horizontal and vertical siding for the exterior walls, and shingle and standing seam metal roofing. Each unit will also vary in color to give a little character, with the left unit containing a contrast of black, gray, and white, and the right unit consisting of an off-white color scheme. The code requires that all landscape areas consist of drought-tolerant plant material and shall meet the minimum number of plant types based on the total landscape square footage. The landscape area proposed for the entire development consists of 1,785 square feet. The proposed planting materials such as trees, shrubs, and ground coverage are proposed to meet the code minimum. The proposal also includes 2 street trees along Eldon Avenue. Staff has also included a condition that a final landscape plan will be reviewed with the building permit plan check and will need to comply with the water efficiency landscape limits. In order to approve the project, the Planning Commission must make the required findings for tentative parcel map and design review applications. Staff has included proposed findings in the report. The proposed design review for the residential small lot subdivision complies with the findings, since the development standards comply with the zoning code, and the proposed design of the new 2-story units comply with the residential design guidelines. The proposed tentative parcel map also complies with the findings, since the subdivision and the proposed use is consistent with the zoning code and general plan, that there is adequate existing infrastructure to serve the 2 new units. With that said, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA and to approve design review and tentative parcel map applications subject to conditions of approval. I did want to note to the commission that there were several modifications to the conditions of approval that were incorporated with discussions with the applicant. So the changes to the resolution are reflected in the documents that have been provided to each commissioner. And the revisions, the applicant has also had an opportunity to review. So this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And the applicant, David Delitoso, is also in attendance to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Raimondo. Commissioners, any questions of staff? Okay, Commissioner Martinez?
All right. Let's start with condition of approval number 15. Well, let me see if it's still in there. What was previously condition of approval number 15 regarding the maintenance agreement? Why do we require these restrictions if it's just 2 houses?
Commissioner Martinez, can you clarify which number 15 you're referring to? Just the-
Old 15, new 13.
New 13, okay.
Yeah, so condition number, the new 13, the maintenance agreement, that's a requirement per the small lot subdivision section of the code, the municipal code. Usually the agreement, because it's split into 2 lots, there is a shared area between the 2 properties. But yeah, that's a general code requirement for the small lot subdivision.
Okay. 19 was removed. What was the reason for the new language, the red line that we have?
Yeah, so in review of the conditions of approval, staff had been in contact with the with the applicant, and the applicant had some comments in regards to the conditions. So we worked in discussion with the applicant to revise conditions per the applicant's comments.
Okay. For the curb ramp and sidewalk reconstruction, it is next to a fire hydrant, and it is also at an intersection, both of which before a stop sign and next to a fire hydrant, meaning that you can't park in the 20 feet around that area along one of the streets. So do we require a red curb next to the fire hydrant or before the stop sign?
Yeah, so in discussion with the transportation division, painting the red curb due to the fire hydrant is not required. But according to the transportation division, they provided an excerpt from the California Vehicle Code, section 22514, which requires that no person shall stop, park, or leave any vehicle within 15 feet from a fire hydrant. So that code applies regardless if it was painted or not.
Yes. Would it be more convenient to paint it now with this project? I guess is more my point.
Commissioner Martinez, I don't think it's a matter of convenience, as Mr. Raimondo said, per the code. It's not specifically required. There's also considerations of site distance issues as well, and also long-term maintenance. So given those kind of considerations, I mean, that's something we can reconsider, but for the most part, is within the code by not having the red curb.
Okay. If you can pull up any of the site plans, the trash bins on this site seem like, yes, you can only take them out if you've taken out the one before it. Are the trash bins sized accurate? Would you have to, in order to take out the one on the furthest right, shuffle around the ones on the left? Would you have to take out all three at once is basically my question.
The plans provided were drawn according to scale. This would be a question I would defer to the applicant, just to clarify.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Yeah. Commissioner Andrade.
I don't have a printout here, but there was a public comment submitted about concerns about a high wall, a 6-foot wall on the sidewalk. Has that been removed? Because I did not see it in the presentation. Or was that just an inaccurate comment or concern?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
There was a public comment that we received on this project regarding concerns about a 6-foot high wall along the sidewalk. But I don't see any of that reflected here. So I just wanted to triple check and also address that concern. I think it came from past Commissioner Toller.
I think that may have been relative to the zoning code update that we're hearing later, not specifically this project.
This project, got it. Thank you.
All right, any last questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing and ask whether the applicant or the applicant's representative is here. Good evening, Ms. Newman. So do you mind stating your name for the record, and the most important question, have you read the staff report and conditions of approval, and do you agree to them?
Good evening, Chairman Harlan and members of the Costa Mesa Planning Commission. My name is Coralie Newman, and I am the principal of Government Solutions, Inc. I am representing the owner and the applicant this evening. And yes, we've read the staff report a couple of times and worked feverishly today with your staff. We thank them for making those revisions and getting here tonight with a set of conditions that we can say yes to. So we're very pleased with that. I just want to introduce our team. We have the architect, Mr. David De La Soto, with his Mesa Studio Architecture and Design. And I'm happy to say that David's office is here in Costa Mesa, and he has really worked hard on this plan, and I'm really pleased to be here with him tonight. Additionally, I want to introduce our developer. I think it's the youngest applicant I've ever worked for, and it's fun. It's a woman. I want to introduce the owner and developer, Miss Madison Walker. She is also here this evening if there's any questions of her. She's very excited about this project. So I think that really concludes my comments, but I just did want to again say that I'm personally very excited. I've done a lot of work over the years in Costa Mesa. I love Costa Mesa, and I think this is a very wonderful project to represent single-family for-sale homes for young families coming into the area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I'll start. So I found it. It's on page 10 of the staff report. Fences and walls. The project requires the installation of a 6-foot-tall masonry wall around the perimeter of the proposed development lot. So, you know, even looking at the past design of the existing homes or just the general area driving around, I did not see any like tall walls in front of buildings. I mean, or I didn't also see it in the design, in the pictures that we saw tonight, like how and where are these 6-foot tall walls along the perimeter? Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We worked with staff to make those vinyl walls because the owner, our property owner, Madison Walker, has met with the neighbors, and they preferred to have their vinyl existing wall replaced with a new vinyl wall at 6 feet, which is required. There are no walls around the property. So it's just the wall behind, and I think there is a small wall between. That's correct. I don't know what language you're referring to. Maybe the staff could clarify where that is, if that's
Page 10 of the staff report.
fences and walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to be,
Around.
that's good catch. We didn't even catch that.
There
That's
you go.
wrong.
I wasn't crazy. I know I saw
No,
it somewhere.
you were right. Yeah, we corrected that in the conditions of approval, but we didn't see it in the staff report. Thank you,
Got
Commissioner.
it. Okay, so it's just in the back, basically, in the back units to kind of give some of that
Right.
existing privacy between
Correct.
the two lots, but nothing on the street side, public facing.
Nothing on the
Got
street
it.
side.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for
You're welcome.
responding to that.
All right, thank you. Ms. Newman, I'll give you some time after public comment if you'd like. Oh, Commissioner Martinez has more questions.
Yeah, yes.
I think I'm going to ask the architect up for your questions. I think they're
Yeah.
going to get very technical. And I appreciate the amount of time you spent reviewing these documents. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Would you like to address the trash bin question?
Sure. First of all, good evening, Chairman Harlan and Commissioners. I'm David Delatoso, the founder and architect of Mesa Studio. The question about the trash bins, these are illustrative site plans at this point. I'm not sure if that's the exact size. Usually trash bins come in multiple sizes. Being a small lot, we're complying with the 6-foot building separation. So I do believe the trash bins could possibly be rotated and maneuvered, but I certainly can understand what you're referring to.
Okay. And while I have you up here, and while our agenda has a zoning code study session, I just want to ask this broad, big picture question, no right or wrong answer. If none of our zoning code requirements that currently limited the design of this site were in there, what would you have changed about your design?
That's a tricky question. I think I'd say I was fortunate with the developer and client that came here. We weren't just following the zoning code to a minimum. I mean, we've clearly enhanced materials. we've probably left some sellable square footage on the table to promote the open space, the outdoor space in kind of fulfilling the essence of what Eastside Costa Mesa offers with a lot of families, and designing these to make sure that the driveway access was off of Eldon, because we had the option to do either or, but keeping the Albert side more like a full yard side was intentional, and a lot of that's driven by the owner's understanding of what this community is about. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but this was just intentional about single-family homes that are sellable and creating good architecture with livable spaces.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon, not a question, but just saying thank you for keeping in mind the tree count and adding a couple of trees along the sidewalk. More trees in our communities, more shade, fresh air, all that good stuff as our summers keep getting unbearable. So I appreciate that. If there's opportunity to do more of that along, not Eldon, Albert, I mean, like you mentioned, like kind of keeping it a kind of yard feel of the
Yes.
community, that is always welcome.
Yes, and those are all, just to clarify your question from before, anything on Eldon and Albert is 3 feet tall, and it's low fencing, it's open air fencing. Those perimeter walls are the abutting property walls.
Perfect, thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
I will now open the public comments. If you'd like to speak on this item, please approach either podium. And if you are participating by Zoom, please use the raised hand option. If you're joining by phone and like to speak, please press *9. Anybody in chambers like to speak on this? Seeing none. Anna, do we have anybody on phone or Zoom?
No, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing. Commissioners, any questions? Or if not, I'll close the public hearing and take a motion. Motion by Commissioner Dixon.
I move that, based on the evidence in the record and the findings contained in Exhibit B, and subject to the conditions of approval contained within findings contained in Exhibit A, and subject to the conditions of approval contained within Exhibit B, that we hear the Planning Commission approve planning application PDES 230013 and tentative parcel map 24156.
Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Zick. Commissioner Dixon, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think this goes in the spirit of the small lot ordinance, and I think that the architecture and the design does fit into the neighborhood around. It ticks a lot of the general plan conformity boxes, and it's a very well-designed project. And I appreciate the applicant and architect's focus on saleability and fitting in with the neighborhood, and the thought provided to where the driveways were and all that. Working with staff on making the conditions of approval work, I went over all of those with a fine-tooth comb, because that's sometimes something you want to calls attention to, but none of them are offensive, and I think that it's a great project, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Zick?
Thank you. Mr. Dixon spoke to the main reasons why I also support the project. I think Mr. De La Soto, I liked your answer to what could have been it wasn't intended to be a trip-up question, but really a probing question on whether you designed to the code or you designed to the market. That wasn't specifically the question, but your answer was you designed for the market. You're designing homes. You're not just trying to put square footage on a piece of dirt. And I appreciate that. The open space exceeding the requirement. I think that's awesome. Having garages and places for people to park automobiles. That's awesome. People use those still today. So I think you're going to be designing and you're going to be building an attractive project for sale property, which we need desperately in this city, Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Okay.
Just because I'm a stickler, did you mention the CEQA exemption in your motion?
I did not, but I figured that all right, got it. Sorry, I'm amend my motion to add that we find that the project is exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15315 and 15303.
Okay, I'll be the stickler. Vice Chair Zick?
Yes.
Okay with you? Okay, all right.
Other comments, just want to say that I do support this project because it's adding a sidewalk into this parcel, which currently does not have one. It's adding a curb ramp where there is currently not one. So I'm very happy about that. And additionally, I had some other questions in here that I did not ask about, like a lighting plan and common utilities that were removed with the red line edits. So happy that staff was able to work out those issues before I could even ask my questions about them. So thank you.
Okay. I'll be supporting the motion. I don't need to reiterate everything my colleagues said. I definitely agree with their comments and insights. From my perspective, I think this is definitely a good addition to the neighborhood. I live very close by. I walk this frequently with my wife and dog to either yoga or hola adios. So I'm jealous how close they are to this. It's very thoughtfully designed. What I appreciate is that it is not an oversized two-story development. I think it is right-sized for small lot subdivision, and I think it will provide that type of housing that we need, ownership opportunities. All right, if there are no more comments, let's call for the question.
That motion carries 7-0.
All right, that decision is final unless appealed to City Council within 7 days. That takes us to old business. We have one item on old business. Fairview Development Center specific plan, land use plan review and recommendation. And I will turn it over to Anna McGill to present the item.
Thank you, Chair and Planning Commission. Give me just one moment to pull up the presentation.
Of course, take your time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with the presentation. My name is Anna McGill. I'm the Advanced Planning Manager here at the city. And sitting next to me is Karen Gully from our PlaceWorks team. As we did at the last hearing on May 27th, we're going to co-present tonight and also both answer questions and help provide some guidance during the discussion. As you've probably noticed from the staff report, we decided to hold another study session. We heard all of the input and the comments at the last meeting. We understand that it's been over a year since this has been discussed at the Planning Commission. So we wanted to take another opportunity to take a step back, provide some additional clarification, some additional information that was requested at the last hearing, and give more opportunity for some of the discussion around this topic. So here's some of the things that we'll specifically talk about in the presentation. Again, a little bit longer of a staff presentation, but hopefully that helps provide some additional information that's needed. We'll go through some clarifications just on the specific plan process, what our role as the city is in this process and what the state's role is, the financial feasibility analysis, why we conducted it and what the purpose it serves as part of this process, some information about state density bonus law and what our due diligence as a city planning for this specific plan is. I'm going to give a quick recap of some of the input that we heard at the last study session, and then we're going to go through some of the additional information that was requested. We'll provide some concept illustratives on the land use concepts that were studied, provide the draft vision and guiding principles, and that was part of the staff report too. Talk through the elements of a specific plan. What is it? What does it include? What is it going to look like? And then we'll go through some of the alternatives that we considered in developing that preferred plan that was shown at the May 27th hearing, and how we ultimately got to that staff recommendation. Then we'll go through some next steps, and then we'll leave some time for questions and discussion. So let me start off just by going through the specific plan process clarifications. And first, I want to talk a little bit about the roles of the city and the state for FDC. This is a really unique project. It doesn't follow the sort of same roles and responsibilities that a city and a normal developer would have. And so in this particular process, the city is really leading the land use process. They are the zoning authority in preparing the specific plan. It's our job to identify community benefits and amenities. It's also part of this process that we agree to conduct a financial feasibility analysis, and I'll talk a little bit in a minute about what that entails and what we actually studied. And then to conduct the environmental impact report in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Concurrently, the state has some role in this process too. They provide the funding for the preparation of the specific plan to the tune of $3.5 million. They are also going to be leading the site disposition process. So they are the owners of the site, and they will be ultimately choosing the master developer that then comes in and submits entitlements. They will select the master developer as part of that process, and then they will build and retain, and in this case, it's the Department of Developmental Services, their own housing as well as the Emergency Operations Center, which is built by the Department of General Services. And they will build and retain those properties that are part of the FDC site. So the financial feasibility was a requirement of the agreement that the city entered into with the state. And there were really two components to this. One was to do sort of a high-level economic analysis of just the demand of housing at this site and what the market could really sustain and have demand for, and then to actually do financial feasibility on the land use concepts. Typically, these are financial feasibility analyses are prepared by a landowner, and the reason they do them is to really try to assess what is feasible on the property and from a financial standpoint, and ultimately that will help determine what they submit to the city for entitlements. So in this particular case, the city is really conducting this financial feasibility from the viewpoint of the developer to try to get a best guess as to what a developer will ultimately submit in the future. And that in turn helps us try to plan for development that we think is going to be reasonably foreseeable, or what we might expect. So as part of that, we talked about this at the last hearing, but we tested 3 different land use concepts. We tested the developmental feasibility of the housing range, so the number of units, and other development along with it, like commercial uses and other uses like open space, infrastructure that would be needed to support that development, and then things like, I mentioned the open space, public safety, impact fees. And so this is just a quick reminder, and I can come back to this slide as part of our discussion, but these were the land use concepts that were studied. The 2,300 unit concept 1 was the base study, and we took that number from the housing element. So that was the key reasoning for using that number. We then tested a state density bonus law concept. The reason for that is that a developer is eligible to use state density bonus law, could be as part of this project, and may utilize that as part of their entitlements. And so we wanted to test a scenario and see how that played out. And then the 4,000 unit was really, what is the physical development capacity on the site, and what can it realistically hold and accommodate? So as I kind of previously mentioned, by virtue of meeting the affordability requirements for the FDC, which is 40% low and very low, any future developer and project would be eligible for state density bonus law. Typically, state density bonus law ranges from 5 to 80% based on the number of baseline units, and that's what we use to calculate what that bonus ultimately is. It's hard to say in this particular case what that bonus could or would be because it depends on the number of units that a master developer would ultimately propose. But they would have the ability to request and utilize it if they thought it was needed or required. In addition, they also are eligible to ask for concessions and waivers. And again, the number of waivers and concessions depend on the amount of affordability that's included in the project. So this is all to say that the city should try to reasonably and foreseeably plan development that could occur and also anticipate the reality that a master developer could use state density bonus law as part of their entitlement process and request. Then I want to talk about likely development ranges and our planning responsibility as a city. It's very reasonable to assume that a master developer is going to pursue a financial feasible development scenario. And typically this is why developers do their own pro forma, so that they know it's going to be feasible and that they'll get a return on their investment at the end of this. As we talked about at the last study session, somewhere between that 3,450 and 4,000 units is shown to be feasible based on that financial feasibility analysis. And so here's where the city's responsibility really kicks in. We have a responsibility to plan and draft and create a specific plan for the FDC site that ensures future development, provides all the required infrastructure, public services, open space, and public safety services that are, and appropriate development fees that are appropriate to support the level of development that we anticipate seeing. And as part of the discussion, I'm happy to kind of go into more detail there on what might happen if we don't accurately plan for that. And at a high level, we may end up not putting in the zoning requirements that are truly needed to actually mitigate the impact of the development we might see. And of course, state density bonus law is a factor here because that could limit our ability to do that later down the road. So, really quickly, I'm going to recap some of the things we heard at the May 27th study session. First, on the residential development range. We heard a range of input here. Some input was to stay closer to the 2,300 unit as a maximum threshold. Some comments were to pick a threshold that is financially feasible, but on the lower end of what is financially feasible. And we also heard some comments to study 4,000 units as part of our environmental impact report so that a future master developer wouldn't have to do additional CEQA or environmental review. We also heard that it was important to the city to meet the housing element affordability targets that the city council committed to as part of our housing element that they adopted. In terms of development pattern, we heard that the Planning Commission wanted more information on some of the permitted use types and components that would be in the specific plan, so we'll walk through that today. Explore additional community amenity type uses that would be not in addition to the commercial square footage that we talked about, and that could be things like libraries, community rooms, daycares, those types of uses. The commission also asked for additional information on the circulation network and what the uses would look like along the Grand Promenade, provide some more visuals as to what the user experience of that promenade might be, and then noted that further refinement is needed so that the specific plan accurately enhances connectivity, reinforces sense of place, and promotes walkability. In terms of open space and community amenities, we heard that it was important to distribute the open space across the plan and also to distribute commercial and mixed uses across the plan and not have them be isolated in one area. And then finally, we received some other input not in these categories. Continue to explore the land swap concept that was in the DDS letter that was provided at the last hearing, or a concept that only utilized the harbor frontage land. So we can talk a little bit more tonight about that if there's questions. And then to explore some additional community outreach as part of this process. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand over to Karen.
Good evening. All right, so my job tonight is to talk in more detail about the specific plan, what it is, the kind of design direction it's going to contain, regulatory direction it's going to contain, and how I think it's going to start to answer some of the questions we heard in our last hearing. So with some of the additional information that was requested, we were asked, what could the promenade look and feel like in the future? So we're going to talk about that. What type of housing is going to be here? And then what building types could also be used? Before we go there, I think for the benefit of the public, it's probably a good time to revisit the totality of the community outreach that's been done as part of this project. When we met last, we focused on the most recent type of outreach that was done, and that was the community survey. But prior to that, there were an entire series of workshops that were conducted to gather input on what the Fairview Developmental Center project should have. And so we started back in November of 2023 with an initial visioning session where we gathered input on what are the ingredients of a great neighborhood. Each of these was conducted in person, once in English, once in Spanish, and then once virtual. That was followed by a City Council study session where we presented existing conditions and talked about the results in the market analysis. Then we entered our secondary workshop phase where we focused again on the vision, got input from the community. We also brought forward a variety of site concepts to begin to talk about the framework for circulation, the framework for open space. We then had a series of open houses where we brought forward additional information on housing, circulation, access, amenities, and got a lot of input at that time, followed by a Planning Commission study session back in March. And then lastly, in July and August of last year, we held another open house series where we brought forward the land use concepts that Anna just went through, and we got specific information on those. In total, in addition to the survey comments that we talked about last time, we had 454 people attend those workshops, 342 in person, 79 virtually. We had written feedback of over 344 people writing down all their ideas and leaving them for us. We had comment cards, 295 of those we collected, as well as an additional 1,625 plus responses to questions. All of the workshops and all of the input was summarized in detail for each of those and is available on the website. I think we spoke to this last time, but it's important to kind of revisit. Some of the key themes and ideas that we've received over the totality of the outreach about housing is that your community supports affordable housing, and it's very refreshing to say that, but they are very much in support of affordable housing, and they want to see it here. In addition, they want to see a variety of housing for other types of needs, including potentially senior housing. They're for both rental and for sale, and for the most part, people would like to see as much housing as possible. From an open space standpoint, there is, of course, a desire for sufficient parks to support the future population with a wide variety of amenities, including shade, seating. Walking trails was a priority. From a traffic and mobility standpoint, there was concern about the single access point off of Fair Drive. In general, people want to maximize opportunities for walking within the site and to other locations outside the site. From a vision standpoint, the overall vision, and you can see that in a minute, that stands out in the vision statement is that there should be a focus on housing for all. In addition, there are other community needs and resources that could be met here in terms of other uses, and so we've identified what those are. No matter what the kind of open space is, whether it's a park, whether it's a trail, or whether it's a gathering area, people want it connected and they want it to be a place that is inviting. From a design standpoint, there was general preference for a grand promenade, and what that means is up for discussion, but we'll talk a little bit about what it could mean tonight. We spent a lot of time early on and throughout the process talking about the different types of housing that are being built today, that are current in the market, and are also being planned in the future. Got a lot of input on that, which has been documented. This gives you an idea of that range. This is the type of housing that we anticipate to allow within the specific plan, ranging from the townhome products to multifamily, more traditional multifamily, that could include a parking structure either embedded within or below the units. We've got multi-story flats that have been built in both a for-sale configuration and market rate consideration, courtyard housing, podium mixed use with ground floor, other types of uses on the ground floor. We've also shared a lot of information with the public about affordable housing and what is being built out there today. It is denser than in the past. It's certainly denser than what is seen at Harbor Village. And it is there in terms of being able to look at the quality of the housing and how it is equal to, if not better in some cases, than traditional market rate housing. So one of the things that's important to know is that as part of the specific plan, whatever the final plan and layout needs to be, is going to be, there's going to be a series of illustratives developed that's going to show how the potential layout and mix of uses can occur. We've done that and shared that with the public for each of the three concepts. So for example, for concept one, you can see that there's a variety of housing types here. We've got some townhomes down on the southeast corner. We've got surface parked, more affordable housing in the middle. We've got the higher density stuff centralized and located near the grand entry. This Grand Promenade does give you an idea of the additional landscaping ideas that could be brought forward. And then we've also shown potential locations for parks and the kind of programming that can go into those parks. In addition, what we've done is show this from a perspective. So you can begin to get a sense for how the place is going to live and how it's going to feel. In this case, we located the commercial on the ground floor of one of the affordable buildings near the entry, and we've also shown a range of other uses. We're also going to have a series of sketches that are going to zoom in on key locations within the project. In this case, what we're doing is showing how future buildings are going to relate to the parks and the open space areas. In this particular concept, you can also see that we've got a range of podium and wrap housing product types. What you may notice is that the blocks are a little bit more regular in size, a little bit smaller. It tends to be a little bit more walkable. We've got ground floor commercial retail near the secondary access point. We've also got the Central Park, or I should say the larger sports park, down on the southeast side. So this gives you an idea of how this particular alternative could be laid out. Again, this is a perspective, another sketch. And then in concept 3, we have shown a very different scenario in terms of the roadway configuration. We've got 2 similar sized parks here that will hold a variety of sports fields. Again, we're showing the ground floor commercial retail as an option with the illustratives. So that's the kind of detail that we're expecting to include in the specific plan to bring this to life. And along with that will come a vision for the future. It's going to be aspirational. It's going to describe the values that this place is going to embody. And it's really the reference point for preparing the specific plan and the details of the specific plan. Then we're going to supplement that with some guiding principles. And these guiding principles, before I move on to the guiding principles, I just want to say we're happy to take input on the revised vision statement tonight, or we can wait until the next hearing. This revised vision statement is reflective of the most recent community input. It's also reflective of the draft preferred plan that was shown to you in the last meeting, with a lot more detail than, say, the original vision was when we first started to talk about it with the community. So now the guiding principles are there to begin to talk about some of the details of the plan. So our first guiding principle, ensure that Costa Mesa's housing goals are met for the FDC site. And essentially what this is there to talk about is that affordable housing can be met either incorporated within market rate housing or as a standalone project. We've also, in a draft form, indicated that building design and use of materials for both market rate and affordable housing shall be of the same quality. The second guiding principle talks about this idea of creating a vibrant and accessible open spaces. And so it speaks to the variety of open spaces that are going to be encouraged, from traditional parks to paseos to trails, and looking also to a wide variety of amenities. In each of the concepts, we have shown a combination of trails and paseos that we expect to bring forward into a preferred plan. The third guiding principle talks about incorporating retail and community amenities to support residents. That was a topic of great interest by your community, wanting to make sure that maybe some of the needs that currently are not met could potentially happen here in the way of physical buildings, whether it be a library or another kind of community use. So we want to make sure that we've thought about that, we allow for it, and we think about how it's designed and how it relates to everything else. The fourth guiding principle is simply to encourage multimodal options for transportation. Walking and biking is a high priority for the site, and in fact, in draft form, what we've said, it should be the most attractive mode of transportation. And we've given some examples for how that can be achieved. An interconnected system of blocks and roads, streets, and additional safety measures to make sure that walking and bicycling is safe. Car sharing, other electric vehicle sharing is going to be built into the plan and allowed for. And then finally, this idea of integrating the natural and built environment. There's a lot of recognition out there that the site it's obviously very special in terms of how it's relatively secluded. And this is an opportunity to create something new from both a design of buildings, but also a design of infrastructure. So the guiding principle acknowledges that and highlights the importance of making sure that what is built is weaving design and nature together to creating more sustainable and green environment. And there are multiple ways to do that, and that'll play out in the specific plan. Okay, so back to our specific plan area. Once again, we've got our 95 acres, 80 of which will eventually be under the control of a master developer. So the specific plan document itself, it's a land use tool authorized by the government code, state government code, so the contents are dictated by the state. It's going to include a land use plan similar to what we showed you. That land use plan is going to have a maximum build out, and in some cases it might even have a minimum. So for example, a minimum amount of affordable housing. It's also going to include the development standards and design direction. It's going to include a circulation and infrastructure plan, phasing, and financing. It's going to set the basis for the future development applications for the site. So The applications that you've been reviewing, last time I was here, related to the Hive, detailed site plan, tentative map, those come after the adoption of the specific plan. Okay. So we envision the chapters to include existing conditions and the history of the site, the vision and guiding principles, which is going to be not only used by the city as, to make sure that any future projects adhere to them, but also by your future master developers. The plan itself, you've got a land use plan with designations that we'll talk about in a second, standards that are tailored to this site. Unlike traditional zoning that applies everywhere, this is going to be tailored to this site along with additional design direction. The mobility and circulation plan, providing a framework but allowing for some level of flexibility. Same thing with the open space plan. We're going to require a minimum amount of open space, the type of amenities that are permitted, and the possible locations. Same thing with infrastructure, although we'll have a more detailed plan associated with water, storm drain, sewer. And then public services. We want to address police, fire, that's going to be needed to support the ultimate build out of the project. And then finally, there will be an implementation piece to this that's going to talk about the development process for it, how the project's going to get financed, the anticipated phasing, and maintenance of the project over time. So those are the essential components. So now, what is the master developer's role? They're going to be brought on once a specific plan and EIR have been approved, and their job is to implement the specific plan. They will have access to it and see it before bidding on it, so they will know exactly what they're walking into. They will be responsible for submitting plans for site design review, and it must be consistent with the specific plan and EIR. Same thing with tentative maps. They're responsible for securing financing. They will be detailing the phasing plan. We will have set an initial framework. They will come on board, confirm, and begin to detail out that phasing plan. They, of course, will be there to pay any and all development impact fees, application fees, et cetera. They'll be working with the city on an ongoing basis to identify the final location, configuration, and amenities for your parks. They'll also provide a more detailed signage plan at a later date, along with lighting and any plans for art. And then finally, they have the option to request a development agreement with the city and bring that forward as well. All right, so in terms of the specific plan, the land use plan itself will be that bubble map that we shared with you last time. We anticipate 4 designations or descriptions. The first is a single residential category that would allow for that wide range of housing types to occur within that area. And it would also spell out the minimum number of units for affordable, very low, low, and moderate. We would also encourage senior living options, including independent and assisted living. The residential areas would also include the public and private recreational uses. And when I say public, I'm referring to common open space that's part of a private project. And it may also include other uses like daycare, supporting uses for the affordable, and other neighborhood serving amenities. Then we have this commercial category. At this moment, we're envisioning that it allows for either a standalone configuration or a mixed-use configuration. And that the focus of the uses in the permitted and conditional uses list would be on neighborhood serving retail, including restaurants, coffee shops, small grocery, retail stores, pharmacies, some small office as well, including medical office. And then ancillary community supporting uses would also be allowed. We have a second category of residential, and that is for the development, that's for the DDS housing. And the reason we need to do that is because they're going to be building under very different development standards. They have a very different threshold that they need to achieve for their constituents. And then finally, we have a category called publicly accessible open space. And this is broad intentionally. It's meant to include your parks and other open space uses that are going to be open to the general public, including recreation centers, any cultural facilities, smaller pocket parks that may be and probably will be designed within the project, and then trails as well for both pedestrians and bicyclists. We want to provide flexibility in the final location and configuration of the parks, but we see setting an initial framework as part of the specific plan. So this would be an example circulation framework where we would identify the different street types. In this case, we've got the promenade, Shelley Circle, secondary access road, all the local roads. This is a very unique site. There's never going to be through traffic. We're only designing this site for internal traffic. So we've got an opportunity here to right-size the streets, and we've got a series of cross-sections that we want to share with you tonight. But before I go there, I just want to point out a couple things. One of the design elements that we want to build in and require as part of the specific plan is this idea of a Paseo multi-use path that essentially is going to connect the neighborhoods to the parks and to the commercial uses. Now, does this Paseo multi-use path have to be exactly in this location? No, but it's this idea that you've got an east-west off-road Paseo allowing people to move about this area without being on a street. We've also shown and identified a future Shelley Circle Trail, and we'll show you a little bit more about what that looks like. But this idea of being able to connect this project to future trails and an existing trail is something that we have looked at, and we've incorporated one concept. This is an example bicycle framework where I would identify a class 1. Here, what we're showing is Shelley Circle being a class 1, a class 2 buffered bike lane on the Grand Promenade and on the secondary access, class 3 local roads. The class 3 bicycle facilities would be on the local roads, and then you've got your standalone Paseo, and then the multi-use path. Got a series of example cross-sections to show you. So let's talk about the promenade. The promenade's envisioned to be a very lushly landscaped, eye-popping corridor where ample room is provided to achieve a tree canopy. And that doesn't always happen on our streets these days. Sidewalks and parkways are fighting with each other for space. The idea is that this is designed from the get-go to allow for these larger trees to create a canopy. And then, of course, the understory being a variety of shrubs and plants. So this particular cross-section is showing two vehicular lanes, a wide median, a class 2 buffered bike lane, an ample 8-foot parkway, and then another 8-foot sidewalk. All of these are more generous than the other roads. And this does not, of course, preclude additional design ideas coming in here about how you potentially incorporate art within the median or along the sides, street furniture, other grand things. Then we talk a little bit about Shelley Circle here. Now that's going to be under construction, at least part of it is, this summer. One of the key design ideas is on the exterior edge adjacent to the golf course that we set aside 16 feet. And that 16 feet is to allow for an 8-foot multi-use path in each direction, DG or similar material, so that people can actually use this road as a way to get around in a class 1 setting. We've got 2 vehicular lanes, we've got some on-street parking or a shoulder, and then on the other side is a sidewalk adjacent to the future development. The secondary access road through the golf course would be a 2-lane, 12-foot vehicular lane in each direction, class 2 buffered bike lane again, another sidewalk. This concept is still in motion. We're starting to have some conversations with your new traffic engineer. So some of this may be morphing a little bit, but essentially this is the right-of-way. We want to make sure we've got sufficient bike and pedestrian walkways for people to use that secondary access. Okay? And then for the local road, what we're proposing are options, and there may be more than this. We've got a local road option without parking. We don't see this happening very often, but there may be a condition where on-street parking's not needed. So again, 2 vehicular lanes in each direction with a sidewalk. And then a local road with parking, 2 vehicular lanes, on-street parking, and then a sidewalk. This would be an example open space framework based off the draft preferred concept we shared, minimum of 12 acres connected by the trails, the paseo, and the sidewalks. We see a range of active uses being identified, baseball fields, tennis, pickleball, playgrounds, and then on the passive side as well.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. We're getting to the end of the presentation here. At the May 27th study session, staff provided a recommended preferred land use plan, and I just wanted to take a few minutes to walk through how staff arrived at those recommendations and what was ultimately considered and discussed internally before we showed you a land use concept. So I'm going to call these alternatives so as not to confuse them from the land use concepts that were previously studied, but they don't officially have a name. We just vetted them sort of internally, and they were used for discussion purposes. This was one alternative that staff considered. It has dispersed open space. A lot of that open space you'll see here falling within the height limitations from the EOC tower. Because the development potential there is a little bit limited. So seeing an option that would strategically place open space, you see lower density along the promenade. There was a curved secondary access road. This was actually least preferred internally with planning staff and our public works department, just due to the turning radius around it and the kind of odd shapes for development that would happen near it. And then you see commercial located near secondary access, and that was to try to minimize neighborhood traffic and also make sure that some of the commercial uses were conveniently and strategically placed next to commercial uses for like outdoor dining and indoor-outdoor retail uses. We also considered an option here that again included open space near Fairview Drive to try to minimize traffic into the community, seeing as it would be publicly accessible. Again, lower density along the promenade, lower density near the EOC development due to the communication tower height. And we also considered a secondary access configuration that's shown here at the bottom of the specific plan. But ultimately, we received feedback from the state that this was not possible due to their turning radiuses. So where Shelley Circle and that secondary access meet, that sort of 90-degree angle was difficult for their trucks and emergency vehicles. And then we continued to refine. So again, you'll see some of the same components. Open space near Fair Drive, lower density at the promenade, lower density near the EOC, and in this case, that secondary access is slightly shifted to better connect into the Shelley Circle access road that's going to be where construction on it would start this summer and meet the EOC's requirements for their future vehicle anticipation needs. And then we got some input at the May 27th study session, and so we took the preferred land use concept that we showed you at that date and continued to refine it just a little bit more for discussion purposes so you could have something to look at. Again, we're going to continue to get your input tonight, so we see this as iterative and evolving. But one of the main changes you'll see here is the mixed use and commercial space being dispersed throughout the plan. That's something that we clearly heard at the last hearing. The land use concept shown here can accommodate some of the staff recommendations that were shown at the May 27th. It can accommodate commercial. It could accommodate, a minimum of 12 acres of open space or more. Very likely what you'd see in the specific plan as we move forward through this process are some potential locations for open space. And then we would give the master developer continued flexibility to be able to propose something of their own if they think there's a better location. So it wouldn't be fixed in place. Okay, so with that, we're wrapping up here. Here are some next steps. Again, tonight is a study session, so we're looking for community input and we're looking for Planning Commission input. One of the asks that staff would have today is that we hear from the entirety of the commission so we can try to start determining where and what components we have consensus. So you'll hear me, maybe prompt some more discussion if I haven't maybe heard where we might have consensus amongst our Planning Commission. So thank you in advance for your cooperation there. We would then anticipate coming back in July with a staff recommendation on a preferred plan and get your input on that. And then after that, go to the next available city council meeting for their action on a preferred plan. Drafting of the specific plan is already somewhat underway, and you've seen some of those concepts. We are going to continue to refine it, obviously with the input that we continue to hear from the commission, the city council, and the public. Just want to put this caveat out there that confirming a land use plan is for studying and planning. It doesn't commit the city in any way to a specific course of action. And of course, as we move through the specific plan process, we can continue to refine and amend things that as needed as we get continued input. And then concurrently, once we do have a preferred land use plan and a project description, we would release our notice of preparation and really kick off our environmental review process. These are just discussion items. I can come back to them if we need to. These were the staff recommendations at the May 27th hearing. I can put those up just as a starting point for discussion and for consideration. And of course, they're subject to refinement. So that's the end of the presentation. I'll go back to this slide, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McGill and Ms. Scully. I'd like to suggest to the commission, since we have a lot of people present here, we've gotten a lot of public input so far, that maybe we take public input first before asking questions of staff. I will grant you one special question, Mr. Dixon.
Just to set the table for context purposes, because there's been a lot of citation to what the legislation required and what the government code requires. And part of the economic feasibility is from the government code. It's, I wrote it down, and of course now I can't find it. It's 14670.31C1 is where we get the economic feasibility. C4 is where we get the agreement shall require that housing be a priority in the planning process and that any housing proposal determined to be appropriate for the property shall include affordable housing. The agreement and the development plan shall provide for housing and affordable housing at a level consistent with the January 2020 Council adopted strategy of 1,500 units and the housing assessment in the DGS's 2021 infrastructure assessment of up to 2,500 units for the site. I'm dying to know how we got to 4,000.
I think we all think that. I have the same too. So.
Yeah, that's a good question. And having not been at the city at that time, I've tried to do some background digging, as our consultants have too, and our other staff, to kind of understand how we got from those numbers. Obviously, as we went through our housing element process, the city council expressed their desire to increase that to 2,300 units. And of course, the state has been supportive as we've continued to meet with them on using 2,300 units as a baseline and continuing to study. The reason the land use concepts were developed up to 4,000 was really to test scenarios. So we wanted to test what the city council committed to and the city committed to in the housing element. And then we also wanted to test other scenarios to ultimately see what was financially feasible. Of course, and I've alluded to this in the presentation, the reason is so that we can try to understand what a master developer may ultimately submit. And so we can better plan for some of those potential realities. And that's why we studied those other concepts. We weren't sure at the beginning of this process which concepts would be financially feasible, and that was part of the process and what we ultimately studied.
Thank you. I just wanted to set that out there before we, okay, thank you.
Okay. I will entertain very brief, discrete, foundational questions. Just to help set the context, I think that may help the public better understand what we're tasked to do with tonight, but I do really want to keep it limited because my sense from the input that we've gotten online, as well as what people submitted to us in response to this agenda item, is that there's still a lot of confusion and concern. And I'd like to hear that as quickly as we can. So, Vice Chair Sick, I will,
Okay,
as tightly as you can.
I'll take that admonishment.
Just a suggestion.
Okay. In the concept one, there were 2,300 units. And is it your view that the single access road that exists right now into the site is sufficient to support that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is there a trigger point where the unit count would require a second road? And what is the trigger?
Yeah, it's anything above 2,300 units, so
Anything above-
2,301.
Okay. So when you talk about the density bonus, if the plan was written out in such a way that we, the city, did not want to allow a secondary access across the golf course, the developer would be limited in applying the state density bonus because in order to do that, he'd need a second road that wasn't available, correct?
He would be able, so in that particular case, a master developer would be able to utilize state density bonus law to increase the unit count, and they would need to provide a secondary access.
Which wouldn't be available to them
They
unless
would-
we allowed it.
They would use a waiver or concession to do that.
Which is a request, correct?
We have limited ability, according to state law, on when we can deny waivers or concessions, and they are around health and safety. So denying a project based on emergency access would be a very difficult burden of proof for the city. That's just my opinion. I'm happy if
No,
our legal team wants to weigh in more on
I'll
that.
go on to my next question. So in the housing element update, we said that at this site there would be 2,300 units, correct? And we said it would be 40% affordable. Very low and low is 40%.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And the consultant determined that was not financially feasible, correct?
Yes, correct.
So another way to say it is we made a mistake in what we projected in the housing element. So in order to make it right, something would need to change, like less than 40% affordable or pack in a bunch more above market units, correct? And that's what the larger number is driven by, correct?
I would think about it like this. The housing element identifies housing opportunity sites and an anticipated number accommodated on that site. It's not to be seen as a maximum, and we've seen on other housing element sites, developers propose more than what's identified for a housing opportunity site. It is our best guess at the time based on acreage and development capacity of what we think might be able to be accommodated. But of course, a developer could propose more, and we're doing it at a snapshot in time. We don't know whether it's financially feasible or not.
And when the financial consultant was here last time, I don't see him in the room this time, was asked if the 2,300 units were built at market rate, would that pencil out? And he said yes. So that would be a way to satisfy the housing element.
Well, a different configuration could potentially be financially feasible that I can't confirm or deny because we haven't studied, but our housing element also does provide for a 40% loan very
I'll
well.
move on to my next to last question. In the large apartment complex projects that have come before us, on the question of where the affordable units would be placed, it was an emphasis by the city that they be spread out throughout the complex and not concentrated in one specific area. So my question about this project is whether the very low and low units would be distributed throughout the project or whether they would likely end up in that building.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I will tell you, as long as I've been a planner, I have tried to think of ways to disperse affordable housing through projects. One of the challenges continues to be the way that they are financed. And we typically hear feedback from affordable housing developers that it is much easier for them to seek financing if they concentrate the units
I'm sure it
on
is.
one site.
Okay, my last question then. You've indicated in the staff report that in order for any of these units to count towards our current RENA cycle, the 11,760 units the state is mandating we build, planned for building. We only get credit if a building permit is pulled
Correct.
within the cycle, whether the units are built or not.
Correct.
And so if we say 3,850 units, if no building permit is pulled for that, we don't get any credit in this RENA cycle, correct?
That's correct. If they get pulled in a future RENA cycle, they will count towards that RENA allocation.
Toward that RENA cycle. Okay,
Correct.
that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I would just, not a question, just a comment. Thank you everyone that submitted comments, but I also wanted to clarify that there weren't any direct conversations about, no one's planning to get rid of the golf course. Just wanted to state that.
Okay. Let's stick to questions of staff at this point. Anything else? Okay. I'm going to open it up for public comments. If you'd like to speak, please come down to either podium. Let me turn on the mic. Mr. Knapp, you have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you. Bob Knapp. I don't know if I need to give my full address, rank, and serial number, but longtime Costa Mesa resident. I'm throwing away my prepared speech or comments only because after the staff's presentation, it's brought up far more questions than I can care to measure. But short version is I've been a long time Costa Mesa youth sports advocate. I'm not here as an official sports spokesperson for the organization. Having raised two kids playing, well, if I may, forgive me, Commissioner or Chair Harlan for allowing me to speak. John Zick was one of my mentors back in the day when I first started coaching soccer when my son Ryan was, goodness, 6 years old. And I've learned a lot from John and a lot of the people sitting up here and in the community. But I'm also a staunch golf course advocate. This is the third time I've come before in this chamber to talk about the golf course specifically. Not because it's a lifestyles of the rich and famous. I am far from rich, believe me. I have two sons that both played Division I golf. Both grew up at what we call Coastie National, playing back nine breakfast club stuff before soccer games and baseball matches. The $3.5 to $4 million that the golf course revenue represents is critical. I am also standing here because some of the people in the room here know I spent about 2 years as a recreation manager for the city, a job which I frankly thought I would have for the rest of my life, but we won't get into those details now. But it was something I loved greatly because I understand that citywide youth sports, the activities they represent, and the golf course itself are critical. There are some 100 charity events that happen at that golf course every year. There are, I've lost count the number of high schools, both men's or boys and girls teams that practice and play there. But it is a place where for my entire life, unfortunately I have a back injury, so I haven't been able to play much the last 8 years, but I've had the best time of my life meeting random people. Wing Lamb, for example, is someone I met probably 30 years ago because he and Tom Anderson used to play at, goodness, 5 o'clock in the morning. They'd play the first two holes in the dark, and then they would go on to their daily lives. But when I look at this plan and everything else that I'm trying to figure out is, and this would be a question for staff, and I know they can't necessarily address it directly to me, but why wasn't Harla Ave considered as another access point, which again is connection from Mesa Verde Drive in through the existing developments and not going through the golf course? Why is it when I look at all the drawings and stuff, I don't see any safety netting around the golf course. And if I may, Commissioner Andrade, oops.
You got 1 minute.
Oh boy, I'm gonna need more time. Can I get someone else's? No, but the problem is, I don't see the safety netting that's been up and around. There are those of us here in this room that worked for years to get the fields, which are now gonna be removed as part of this development. I guarantee you that I apologize that I did not come here in 2023. Because to be honest, I trust everybody on this dais to do the right thing for what's best for the city. But now what I see what's up here now, I guarantee you 4,000 units was never part of any of the discussion. The lack of, I've been advocating and fighting for trying to get fields on the west side and the east side of Costa Mesa longer than, well, when I used to have hair. The response I got was more steel cables and more restrictions at Fairview Park. So when I talk about, and this is for kids that can't afford, the kids I used to drive to and from practice because their parents didn't have cars, because they couldn't have fields. For the men that I've known in the community that love and live for soccer, and if I may have 30 seconds more.
10 more. I give you a lot of advance time.
All right, well, all I can say is please relook at this because honestly, it needs more work, a lot more work.
All right, thank you. 1 second. All right, Mr. Humphrey.
Good evening again, Commission. If I could have on the screen the option 1, option 2, or option 3, I don't care which one, just the graphic slide that shows the option. That's fine. And if you look at this option, you note that the roadway coming off of the road from the current access road now for the project goes straight back to the back of the project, and all of that stuff that would be kind of southerly and westerly of that, all of that is new construction. And I don't see any reason why that whole chunk of land can't just be moved right to Harbor Boulevard and reverse the land that's already under the golf course to the other side. Oh, unless, of course, the EOC, by some act of God or some conjunction of all the planets, must be there to do its job. But the way they describe it, it doesn't need to be there to do its job. So maybe it can do its job right there in the same project, but swapping the land that makes sense so you don't need the access road, you don't need to cut up the golf course, you don't need to change the golf course's capacity to service this community, which is what you're going to do with a road that goes across it. So I asked the commission to add their recommendations that they continue to find a way to talk to the state to move this on to do a land swap that makes sense and works well for the public, works well for the developer. He gets more land on the golf course by doing that for his housing that he may want to have as higher priced housing because it's on a full-size golf course rather than looking over Harbor Boulevard across a golf course. And by the way, if you have more public meetings, I would ask that you have them as town hall type meetings where everybody gets to hear the questions, all the questions, and everybody gets to hear all the answers. Because when you break it up into groups and little boards, nobody gets to hear all the questions and all the answers. And so you're left with things like this. The grand entry. If you, in fact, have the grand entry set in one of those little side pockets, and nobody talks against it because it's the only option available, but one person says that that's a good idea, guess what? It becomes the preferred choice. You need to make sure that the public is being heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
My name's Mike Decker, and first of all, Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners, good evening. My name's Mike Decker. I consider myself to be a resident shareholder of Costa Mesa. I'm very involved in various activities in our city and have been for 36 years. I've lived and worked in this city. Next, in 8 days, on July the 1st, I'll be celebrating my 30th year as a chaplain with the Costa Mesa Police Department. 36 years I've worked in this city as a pastor. I'm probably the oldest existing ongoing pastor in our city right now. I have that label. And for 25 years, I've announced football games at our local high schools, Costa Mesa High School, Estancia High School. I do the All-Star Orange County game. So all that to say, just to give you context, I care and I love this city. And I have to reinforce my strong interest in the well-being of our community, particularly the Fairview Development Center space. And so I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn, I'm here to gain intel, because in my role in this city, I'm a community liaison, and I have influence, and I want to use that influence positively. So I have 3 observations from tonight's presentation. I want to go on record, first of all, that I'm very interested in preserving the integrity of both of our golf courses, Mesa Linda and Los Lagos. Secondly, while this development will certainly address the low-income housing needs, it almost appears to me, just from the presentation this evening, that this master developer is also creating a city of its own, a city within our city, with shopping and daycare, and for that reason, I'm suggesting this, number 3. When I looked at the basic specific plan, it didn't seem that the EOC was a priority, and I would, if I understand that correctly, I would recommend that it's a higher priority than maybe our more expensive housing options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Give me 1 second here. All right, go ahead.
Honorable Chair and Commission members, my name is Steve McNally. I'm on the County Behavioral Health Advisory Board and also a citizen of Costa Mesa. Speaking as a citizen, housing certainly important for anybody in the mental health field, substance use field, or just any business owner who needs people to be able to live close to where they work. I'm a novice in this, so I'll give you my history. I went to the tremendous Fairview Development Center presentation done by the state in that room where you couldn't read anything, and I actually sat in front of the screen so I could actually see something. And then I went to the Civic Center, and I went to one of the meetings where, we all were supposed to explain what we thought we wanted without understanding the confines of the funding or the requirements of the property. And then I went to, I think it's a Civic Center, what we call the old library. And I saw these 3 options. And my question was, well, that's great. They all look beautiful. What's the benefit of either one of them, either on tax revenue, affordable housing, actual affordable housing where people can afford, not million-dollar homes like in San Francisco built with Mental Health Service Act money. So that was one thing. And then I guess, and I didn't hear the answer to that, so I didn't know if there was a benefit to the way the land was spread out. The other was DDS housing, I guess it's Shannon's Mountain, I don't know. And I'm wondering, there's only 2 big pieces of property that I'm completely aware of. There's this, that Governor Newsom was controlling, in which I don't know where the control is anymore. And about the 80 acres the county controls next to the land they gave to Mind OC in Irvine off Marine Way. We obviously need solutions, and I'm just wondering if we're really looking at solutions that require either broader community, county, city, other city approaches, fair share of the cost of the thing so that we don't have to go market rate so much. And then Apple and Cisco gave $100 million, 1% loans, $50 million each up in Santa Clara. The first money in our housing trust was from Mental Health Service Act direct funding, direct service funding. So there is money if people feel trust and they feel that something's going to actually happen.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Eccles.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Brett Eccles, and I'm with Costa Mesa United. And I'm here to remind all of you, because I'm sure you all know, the city of Costa Mesa does not have enough active sports fields for our youth nor adults. The city controls 4 properties. It's not enough for what we have now. This new development, while bringing in much needed, hopefully affordable housing and additional housing units, will be a benefit. But we don't have enough open space nor active use space currently. With the new residents coming in here, where are they going to be? As my friend Mike Decker just mentioned, it's kind of a city on its own. Well, where's their open space? The last census had roughly 19% of Costa Mesa residents were under the age of 18. Not saying all 19% participate in youth sports, but a pretty big chunk of them. With the increase from the non-traditional football, soccer, baseball, of girls flag football, lacrosse, field hockey, all of that, the youth sports needs are growing, and we're not taking advantage of possibly an opportunity to give them a little bit of relief out there, because these kids are playing not just the one sport. If they're playing girls flag football, they're playing soccer as well and all the other sports. So 19% of our community needs more space. How do you do that? Create more space, buy it, develop it. We have an opportunity here. The other factor is lighting. Got to have some lit fields that will maximize the open space out there. So in my head, you have roughly 20% of youth in Costa Mesa. Let's dedicate close to 20% of this space for open use and active sports fields. Currently, there's 2 fields out there right now, multi-use fields. Those are being eliminated and replaced with 2. We're not gaining anything. We're just replacing, and then I see a baseball field. That's great. But we have an opportunity for the residents who will ultimately live here to have those facilities, and then for the larger community, we'll have additional field opportunities. Your Parks and Rec staff, who I've worked with for a great many years, if you need to ask them how bad permitting is under the current environment. They don't have enough places to permit. If the district tomorrow, the school district tomorrow said joint use is ripped up, all the sports programs basically will all but go away. Last thing, Jack Hammett Sports Park, 14.5 acres, just to give you a visualization. I saw one slide, 12 acres. So just put that into concept. Jack Hammett is our primary complex, but thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, Ms. Russell.
Commissioners, I'm Diane Russell, resident of Costa Mesa, and I'm continuing to be concerned that this plan is still really fuzzy, and that as we discuss things, that the affordable housing piece is going to shrink, that it's going to go from, maybe we should just have moderate, maybe we don't need to have deep affordability, we don't need to have that many units. And that as the developer comes in, that the city will back down and say, if the developer says, we can't afford that to build those, that the city will back down. So anything we can do in the specific plan to make sure that the affordability stays very low and low within the confines, and think about how we can maximize the number of units, I think in the long run will be of benefit to the community. The other thing that I don't know whether this is where this would go, and it's not the same thing, but is there a way to connect either through a bike path or a walking path, a route to Fairview Park? It just seems like that would open up the community area a little bit more. Those are just my thoughts at this point. I know there's going to be more conversation, and I'll be back. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Woods.
Chair, Commissioners, thanks for hearing me out. Brett Woods, longtime Costa Mesa resident. I want to start with giving you a little background about me and where I'm coming from. I am not a sports fan. Anybody in this room that knows me, they're sitting there going, yeah, that guy doesn't know anything about sports. And the reason I go to a Super Bowl party is because Brett Eccles makes the most amazing smoked bacon you've ever had. Seriously, it's reason enough to go alone. But I don't know who played in the Super Bowl this year. I don't know who played in the World Series, but I am a big youth sports advocate. I want to discuss channels that kids learn about being good, healthy, happy people. We have parents, family, and friends. That, of course, is the big one. But the other avenues is we have school, which is academics, arts, and sports. We have churches for some, and we have the government. So I'm asking you as the government to not get in the way of what I think is very important for the kids. So I want to talk about some of the things that kids learn from youth sports. I mean, these are things that, unless you take the time to really ponder them, it's not things that are obvious. These are things that we should consciously be bringing to our forefront to think about. But teamwork, sportsmanship, discipline and hard work, confidence, leadership, and how to follow, how to be competitive. And you know, one that I always cherished for my kids when they were playing youth sports was how to deal with losing. You learn from failure, you learn resilience and mental toughness. Children who don't play youth sports miss out on a big opportunity to learn those lessons. The arts teach many of those lessons, but I feel that youth sports epitomizes it. It really maximizes those lessons. And they're important life lessons for children's mental well-being later on in life. How else can the government teach those things? I wanted to talk about the concepts real quick. And if you guys get your pencil real quick, lights, nets, and whistles. We need to be thinking about these things. The fields, we need lit fields, and these fields are definitely an opportunity to be lit. Concept 2, I look at it, and we're not far off for the usage of space, but the other thing I would encourage you guys to do is reach out to the community and find out what the needs are. Right now, you'll wind up a bunch of people that know that we need utility fields because we only see 2. There's no additional. But I called members of the baseball leadership and tennis leadership today, and we don't need tennis courts. Pickleball is a different discussion, but that could easily be grown out of the Costa Mesa Tennis Center. And we don't need baseball fields. Believe it or not, they are adequately serviced. So with that in mind, the space that we're using, we could probably get at least 4 utility fields. That's where the shortage is. I would encourage you, go look at the farm right now. It's being beat to heck. It's overutilized.
All right, thank you.
Jeff.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Melissa Hansen. I'm a lifelong resident of Costa Mesa, a parent of students at Tewinkle California School Estancia, and I'm a teacher in Newport Mesa. I majored in recreation at Cal State Long Beach, and I care deeply about this community and the youth who are growing up here. I'm speaking tonight not only as an educator and parent, but as someone who believes that how we use the Fairview site will help define the future of Costa Mesa's next generation. I also have a personal connection to Fairview's history. I worked there when it was a residential home for people with developmental disabilities. I was a recreation therapist. Its closure was not about care, compassion, or community, and those residents lost their home. Now we have another opportunity to use this land thoughtfully. We cannot repeat the mistake of prioritizing economic or political interests without honoring the needs of the community now and the responsibility we have to future generations, especially our youth. As you consider adopting a specific plan, I urge you to stand firm in support of concept number 2 and to require a meaningful portion of the 95-acre site to be permanently dedicated to athletic fields without sacrificing any part of the public golf courses and with proper netting along Shelley Drive to ensure public safety. The demand for youth sports is growing immensely, and continued access to our golf course continues to grow. Let me be clear, Costa Mesa Golf Course is an irreplaceable community asset. It's heavily used with our school golf teams, residents, and visitors, and we must not sacrifice any of this space to make the Fairview site work. There's ample room. If we plan with both our heads and our hearts, we must plan holistically, not just with a calculator, but with a conscience. Affordable housing is vital, but a home isn't complete without safe, structured places for children to grow, play, and connect. Recreation is not just open space. It's structure, it's opportunity. It's the fields where kids find mentors, build discipline, learn teamwork, resilience, and leadership. Open space won't teach them that alone. While Concept 2 reflects what our community wants, it was rejected last year. It does not mean that we are helpless. I implore you to insist that any specific plan for this site includes clear, non-negotiable space for youth sports and community recreation, not as an afterthought, but as a foundational part of a healthy, livable Costa Mesa. Please write into the plan requirements such as a set number of acres designated for athletic fields, phased development that requires those fields to be built alongside housing. Let's demand a future Costa Mesa where every child has a place to play and every family feels seen in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the city or planning commission. My name is Dick O'Neill, 40-year resident and avid golfer, member of the Costa Mesa Senior Golf Association. And just wanted to say that the vast majority of our golf community does understand and accept that the Fairview Development Project is going to bring change to the area around our course to meet the affordable housing targets. Our objective is to be involved in the decision-making process, to provide feedback and hopefully achieve best outcome for all parties while minimizing the impact to our beloved golf course, which I can tell you, having played many courses over 60 years of golfing, it's very unique. It's not just the William Bell layout, it's really the community of people that show up over there. My attitude, my spirits are lifted every time I pull into that now packed parking lot. And I'll tell you what, the tee sheets are filled from first light to dusk. I put my name in the other day, waited 2 hours and still wasn't called, and I was okay with that. It was like, great, this course is really thriving. It's got an outstanding staff, and as Bob mentioned earlier, so many youth teams come and play there. It would just be a shame if it were degraded. So what I'd like to ask for with all the other courses around Orange County, one by one, El Toro, Oak Creek is on the chopping block, Miles Square, the Players Course, Newport Beach Golf Course is going to be a surf park. We really need to look at something that's going to be a unique asset for Costa Mesa. It will actually improve the value and the quality of our lives here. So that being said, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and hope we have a future meeting to discuss things further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to share my viewpoints. My name's John Henson. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa since 1988 and a homeowner since 1991. I want to share two concerns. Number one, traffic. As I listened to the presentation and the discussion about the number of potential housing units that would be going in, one concern I have is the sheer number of increase in cars that are going to be going up and down Harbor Boulevard and across Fairview on a daily basis. If you pencil it out, you're talking potentially another 4,000 to 8,000 cars coming out of that development a day. I drive up and down Harbor Boulevard and cross Fairview almost every day. It's crowded now, and I can't imagine what it would be like with maximizing the number of new units there. I certainly recognize the challenge that the city has to bring in new housing and especially affordable housing. But I would just implore you to consider the, excuse me, the lower end of the number of units. Secondly, I am an advocate of maintaining the golf course. Some of the points that Mr. O'Neill just brought up that we're seeing throughout the county, Oak Creek, the golf course up in Fountain Valley used to have 2 golf courses, now they have 1. The discussion about the Newport Beach Golf Course being converted to a surf park, et cetera. So to my way of thinking, the golf course that we now have in place is a very valuable asset, and with the declining number of opportunities for ordinary folks to go golfing, if we eliminate one of the golf courses, it's going to be truly more of a rich person's sport because it's only going to be the people that can join country clubs that are going to be able to play at courses on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Pro. I've been a resident here in Costa Mesa for 25 years, and I came as well to support the golf course. And actually, I'm a fan of the development that's going to go on, but I really want the golf course to be preserved. But after hearing some of the youth sports, I may actually kind of pivot off of my topics here as well, because I'm a big believer that there's not enough fields out there. And even at the fields that you're proposing here, the parking, I didn't see any real parking for the fields for that. And it's going to turn into what happened up at the baseball fields off the state streets, where they had permit parking on the backside, so people that were going to the games couldn't, as parents, we couldn't park because of parking. I got a couple tickets over there, unfortunately, for coaching and parking over there. Also, the plans, I went to, I think, the workshop number 4, and the workshops were great. They showed the 3 different items, they had pictures, they had all this great stuff, and then they gave us a survey, and I think 76% of the people preferred option 1 and 2, which were great. And then it comes to, I think, the last meeting you had in May, the feasibility, financial feasibility, and number 1 and number 2 are basically off the board. So like, why put out a survey to us saying, hey, what do you guys think, if 2 of these projects aren't even going to be feasible? You should be doing the fiscal feasibility before giving us options to really give our opinion on, is my thoughts. The golf course, I mean, the demographics of golf is changing. I don't know how many of you go to the driving range up there on a weekend. Families are there, more women are golfing. The diversity of golf has just changed, and it's a popularity. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce had a record outing this year for their fundraiser. So the golf courses, I think, is just, there's going to be a way, there's going to be a road, it sounds like. Just bring in somebody that can actually develop it and make it work. And I think there's a contractor already with the city. I saw that somewhere, but it wasn't mentioned in anything I saw here. So getting feedback on what they're proposing would be great. The fences as well. Whatever street that was, you're gonna have parking on. I'm not parking my car there because you're gonna need some high fences. Just put that on there as well. And then I have one quick comment. My wife will kill me if I don't mention this. She's a teacher as well in Newport Mesa for 26 years. With this number of people coming in, I haven't seen anything on here about any elementary schools. She's a TK teacher, and you'd be looking at like 4,000 to 5,000 probably kids that are going to need. There's like 2 or 3 elementary schools you're going to need. The current elementary schools, I don't think, can absorb the number of kids that might come out of this project, and the one that's at the Hive as well. So make sure you got something in there about adding some elementary schools, because that could be an issue down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Pete Nevins, Costa Mesa resident and employee of Costa Mesa Country Club. I would urge you please not to increase the frustration of Costa Mesa residents. 1, in the traffic, and 2, as an employee of Costa Mesa Country Club, I witnessed the frustration of people trying to play. And where we don't need to increase that frustration. We have people from 8 to 80 trying to play golf and make a nice, pleasant use of their time And I urge you, please consider that in your planning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Am I on? Okay. Yeah, good evening. I'm Tim Bielen. Been a resident since 1984. Bought my first house. It was not affordable. Worked my tail off. I bought it. I own it. And here I am retired. And I just, you know, a Division I athlete. Golf is a good game. It's a walk. It's family. It's very diverse. We've got a golf course that serves our community and the entire communities around us. It's huge. But looking at these proposals, personally, I have survived the Mesa Verde Standard Plan, the Tanager Aquatic Park, the Tanager Bike Trail, the recent Mesa Verde parking plan and petition and permit process that went into place. I got to pay to park on my own street. That's crazy. But I look at these plans and I think, great, let's work together, get our input. I'm retired now. I hope to participate more in this. Maybe not, who knows. But these plans, I know they'll work out for the good. I really do. But it looks like you're going to have a lot of cars. You're going to have, I don't see a lot of parking. You might want to have your own police station, fire station, hospital, and school in this development. When I explain to people, and you look at some of these pictures, 5, 6 stories high, it's jaw-dropping. I didn't sign up to have that view outside on my walk to the golf course. So I thank you for your time, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Ned Whittemore here. I'm moved to Costa Mesa in 1989, and full disclosure, I've played golf with the chairman, Jeff, up there, so that's just full disclosure. So I'm also a member of the senior golf club at Costa Mesa. Been playing there since 1989. They're beautiful golf courses. All there's pressure on the golf courses in the county, like everybody said. So in the plans that I see, you know, I like the plans, you know, for what they are, but the golf course design doesn't seem to be like taken to account at all in the plans. The road goes across in the 2 bigger plans, and that's going to really change the way that the Mesa Linda course will play. And I love that golf course. That's one of my favorite golf courses I've ever played. And I think, you know, is there a way to do a second, if you need the second road because the $200 million that the developer is going to make, if he does the big plan, he's got to have the second road. Is there a way to put the second road like out towards Adams, for example? So then all the 12,000 cars or something that's in the big, one of the feasibility things said 12,000 car trips per day. Can you spread it out between Harbor and Adams so they don't all come out on Harbor? Harbor's already really busy. Is there a way to do that? Or is there a way to not even do the big plan, just do the single road plan? Because if you change the routing, it's the golf course is already par 70, the Mesa Linda. It's got to go to something like par 66. It's just going to be a little teeny putt-putt course. And I think that's a really loss to the community. So on behalf of all the golfers, I say do the small plan.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers like to speak?
Hi there, I'm Carrie McCarthy. I'm the immediate past president of Newport Mesa Girls Softball. And I was just coming in because it's so important to me that they make enough softball fields for the girls. Currently, when we play, we get 1 field at T-Winkle. And we get that field basically from when the kids get out of school until 6:15 at night, 1 field. The rest of the games we play in Newport Beach, and it would be lovely if we were able to play more in Costa Mesa instead of going to Newport Beach all the time and have more of a hub in Costa Mesa versus Newport. I'd also like to remind you that a lot of former professional athletes, D1 athletes, I'm a former D1 softball player too, from UC Santa Barbara. A lot live here in Southern California. We have so many resources for our kids to train with professional athletes, and it's really grown. There's so many opportunities here for kids to have access to all of their wonderful skills, and you need to kind of keep that in mind, that there's so many different opportunities for lots of different sports that you need to have a lot of different kinds of fields and utility fields. I also have a freshman in high school, and I have an upcoming 8th grader. And so even though it's not necessarily going to benefit my kids, I have a lot of girls that I've coached over the years, and I think that it's wonderful to have that opportunity for them to play sports near their home. I'm also an Upper Birds resident, and I would love for the golf course to stay as is and offer that opportunity to a lot of us, including, I live about 50 yards from the entrance to the golf course. But thank you so much, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Barrowmeister.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to address the commission on this important matter. My name is Kirk Barrowmeister, and I've been a resident of Costa Mesa for 63 years. I've been a business owner in the city, raised a family here, went through the district schools, and worked in the Newport Mesa Unified School District for the past 45 years, having just retired last June. In my time in the city, I've served on several committees, commissions, and projects for the city. I consider myself to be a city stakeholder and supporter. We're in the early stages of deciding what to do with the Fairview developmental facilities. I would implore you to be deliberate, strategic, and measured to make the best decision possible for the future of Costa Mesa residents. Many times decisions are made to meet a short-term immediate need that create unforeseen and irrevocable problems on the back end. I understand that this project could go a long ways towards helping the low-income housing shortage in the city of Costa Mesa, but this project does not need to be the sole answer to that problem. Adding over 3,000 housing units to the city will create even greater demands for field space and recreation for youth and adult sports in our city. I would suggest that you look at all options to increase field availability throughout the city as a part of this project. This may be the largest scale project that this city will see here moving forward because open land is at a premium here in this city and across the county. I'm not in favor of losing any part of the golf course for this project. As someone who's worked in this city for over 50 years, I'm now enjoying the fruits of that labor. I have a group of Costa Mesa residents who play the Mesa Linda Golf Course every Tuesday. It's a great course for us older folks and for our school-age kids, middle school, high school, junior college, and colleges who are just taking up the game or honing their skills. The Costa Mesa Golf Course is a community treasure. As Miles Square Golf Course in Fountain Valley has been reduced to one course, and Oak Creek and Irvine is closing soon as a result of an increase in housing needs, we keep increasing housing and decreasing recreational opportunities for our residents. Losing Mesa Linda would make it much more difficult to secure a starting time and would increase prices significantly. I know people who have stayed in this area because of the ability to play Mesa Linda at the very reasonable rate in retirement. Losing this course would be a detriment to our city. I would suggest that the city create a committee, commission, working group, whatever you'd like to call it, to give the stakeholders of this city a chance to help you with this project. Community buy-in and support would be a great way to make sure the needs of the community are addressed and met. I know from experience that taking your time in the planning phase of a project, getting input from stakeholders, and including them in the process leads to a smoother implementation phase and a better product. I would be more than happy to help out in any way that I could with this process and know that there are many other committed community stakeholders who would help out as well. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. You have a decision in front of you that will impact this city for generations to come. Thank you.
All right, last call for chambers. Seeing no one. Anna, do we have anybody on Zoom or phone?
Kathy's iPad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may now provide your public comment.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Yes, hi, this is Kathy Esfahani, longtime Costa Mesa resident. I agree that Fairview Developmental Center presents a generational opportunity for Costa Mesa to meet the tremendous need that exists for affordable housing for our lower income residents. I think it's really gratifying that the staff report acknowledges the support for affordable housing at this site. The consultant acknowledges it. And I just want to make sure that the promise of the site is carried through with. As Diane Russell mentioned, there's just this worry that maybe things will get whittled away. And I would like to know the mechanism for ensuring that the 40% of very low and low income housing that is supposed to be put on the site will actually occur. I would like to suggest that there be an inclusion, a special inclusionary requirement in the specific plan for the Fairview developmental site, that the 40% requirement for low and very low be written into the specific plan so that regardless of the number of units that ultimately get developed, whether it's the 2,300 that was initially foreseen or up to the 3,500 or 3,600 that the staff, I think, is recommending, that whatever number of units is built, that there is a 40% inclusionary requirement for those units, so that if the city gets impacted by additional traffic because of more housing, the city will get the benefit, at least, of having that housing be affordable. And so it will meet the need of our community. It's an overriding need. And so I urge the city to make sure that a 40% requirement is met. And then the state, as the landowner, would be able to take that requirement into consideration when it sets the sales price or the lease price for the land. So that way the 40% requirement would not be too onerous on the developer. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Cynthia McDonald, you may provide your public comment.
Go ahead, Ms. McDonald.
Good evening, commissioners. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight because I have my fabulous grandson this week who is attending a bicycle camp at the Presbyterian Church. But here I am, a resident of Costa Mesa for 48 years now. I'm taking the time to speak to you. First of all, I want to thank the community who have come down there and taken the time to come to City Hall to make your concerns known, from the special needs to the sports groups to the affording housing advocates. This just shows what great citizens we have and how they are willing and capable of contributing to the planning of Fairview Developmental Center specific plan. I, along others, have advocated for an advisory committee for this project. Jennifer Lee told me she also advocated for an advisory committee, but was rejected by the city. However, the comments tonight have proven what a great contribution our residents could have made to a really superior specific plan given the opportunity. What we are seeing is 20-year-old urban planning. Why aren't we seeing modern urban planning principles that focus around mixed middle housing, walkability, bikeability, community building? Why have we just recently started contact with our transportation department? That is absolutely ludicrous. What has been proposed as a plan that shows us that car is king in Costa Mesa. What about the needs of the residents versus the needs of the state, who seems to be taking care of itself very well? That second roadway is just for emergency operations center because during an emergency, such as an earthquake, firestorm, riots, that road is going to be filled with semi-trucks. I note that the presentation skimmed over the pathetic guiding principles. Is morale at City Hall so bad that we can't do better than this? This is an area where residents who know Costa Mesa better than anyone else could contribute their knowledge, their needs, their desires. I second the suggestion of a town hall meeting. In fact, if the city won't do it, Costa Mesa First will. I hope you consider all the comments by the residents tonight and the ones I sent in by email earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may provide your public comment. You may provide your public comment.
Go ahead. And is there anyone else on?
No, there's not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's give this person one more chance.
You may provide your public comment.
All right. I'm going to close public comment now and open it up to commissioner comments and questions. What I'd like to do, though, is sort of go back to what is going to be our task tonight, which is to provide some input on the conceptual plans that were provided, but also to remember that the goal of staff is to come back to us with a preferred land use plan sometime this summer and then make a recommendation to council. I, just for my own purposes, will say I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done before any of that can happen. So I don't know that we're going to have a collective recommendation to council, at least tonight. But with that said, whoever wants to jump in with their first comments, because I know I've held you at bay this long. Vice Chair Zick.
Thank you. I want to go first before everybody's eyes glaze over. I too appreciate the turnout and the input from the public. Maybe with one exception, my assessment is that the public is pretty unanimous about where we are right now. And that is, they don't like it. I think the use of preferred plan is a little bit premature, given that, again, with one exception, nobody prefers the plan in front of us. The assumption of the financial feasibility, the assumptions that were in the financial feasibility are what killed what I would call the preferred option of the majority of the community, both represented here and represented in the earlier surveys. I doubt seriously that the council understood that the targets in the housing element update of the 2,300 units and 40% affordable would not be financially feasible. I doubt seriously that they understood that, yet here we are. And I don't think the answer to that is what has been proffered. I also don't believe that changing the vision statement or the guiding principles, which largely appear to me to be marketing language, is necessarily going to result in a project configuration that satisfies the majority of the residents. I don't want promises, I want specifics. A 58-foot swath through Mesa Linda. That's how wide that was. Cuts across 4 holes. You guys know that. The only way you can accommodate that is shorten them. It's the only way you can accommodate it. That's why you're against it. That's why I'm against it. By the way, I must be there earlier than you guys. I don't see you out there too often. I'm there twice a week. Park space. Boy, I totally resonate with you, and for years we, the community, have looked at Fairview Development Center as a potential opportunity for a great park or a solution to the shortage of fields in the city. We've looked at that for a long time. The city actually has a goal for park space in the city, And that goal is to have 4.26 acres per 1,000 residents. Based on 3,450 units of this development and an average occupancy of 2.64 people per unit, and this is in the staff report, over 9,000 people would populate that site. And if only 12 acres of parkland or open space is set aside, that's 1.32. That's nowhere near 4.26. This development doesn't get us closer to our city goal of 4.26. It takes us in the wrong direction. When people talk about the need for the fields and the various fields and our current dependency on the school sites, well, we don't really have, and we kind of forget the need for this for kids. We really don't have too many fields where people can just show up and have free, unstructured play. It doesn't always have to be leagues and coaches and whistles. But right now, the only way you get grass is just sign up with one of these organizations. We desperately need more recreational space in this city. It's obvious, you've said that. You know, in this planning process, I don't think by design it's not been transparent. But when the public doesn't really know what's going on, particularly in a long-term undertaking, and we get to this stage, we're about ready to put I've used this baking a cake analogy, we're ready to put this thing in the oven, and we ask you to come and take a look at it, and you go, that is not at all what I want. It's almost too late. We're almost committed. We're really not, but it sure feels like that. State breathing down our nose, HCD, all this stuff. Which takes me to my final comments. There's a misnomer that some people have in the community that we, the Planning Commission, do planning. And we really don't. What we do is approve or deny plans that somebody else does. And even for those that we approve or deny, City Council is the ultimate authority, overturning our rulings occasionally if they're appealed. But we don't do the planning. We're relying on other people to do it. And tonight we're looking at a staff report and plans that are largely responsive to the state and its mandate in the regional housing needs assessment. The demand that we planned for 11,760 units. This cycle ends in 2029, and as you heard from my question earlier in the staff's presentation, if a building permit isn't pulled, we don't even get credit for it. So we're rezoning, we're approving plans, we're changing the makeup of the city, and we might not at the end of the day even get credit for it. That adds insult to injury in my mind. In English, what this regional housing needs assessment means is we have to change the density in our residential zones, allowing more density. That's why you're seeing ADUs. That's why you're seeing this state law that allows single-family residential lots to be subdivided and 2 units be put on each of those, essentially 4 units where right now you have a single house. The density in these kinds of projects, the high-rise, high-density apartment complexes, you're seeing all of that in responsive to the state. What you're not seeing here, and what we're hearing from you is, you're not seeing a plan that's responsive to your interests, to your needs. I think that has to change. The regional housing needs assessment also says that 40% of that total needs to be what they call affordable housing. That means deed restricted, taxpayer subsidized housing for people in very low and low income categories. And those are defined based on the area median income in Orange County. The problem with that 2,300 unit development and the 40% affordable is a developer can't make a profit building a development like that. So either less than 40% needs to be affordable, or he provides the same number of units that the 2,300 unit development was providing, which was about 500 units or 600 units total. And then on top of that, the additional units he builds are all market rate units. So in other words, you get more density, he gets more profit. I don't think that's right. We had one speaker who is a affordable housing advocate, and she made a comment. I found it interesting. I was looking to see what staff's reaction was. Her comment was, no matter how many units are built, if it's a 4,000 unit development, she's interested in 40% being written in as an inclusionary housing ordinance mandate for this project. Well, you know what? Developer can't make money doing that. That's why the plan is showing what it's showing. That number of affordable units doesn't go up from the 2,300 unit development to the 3,850 unit development or the 4,000 unit development. The number of affordable units doesn't go up. So what should we do? We have a person who has been actively involved, several actually, who've been actively involved in this kind of effort for a long time, saying, you know what we need? We need a resident advisory committee, a group of people who are here, who are knowledgeable, who are stakeholders, who are engaged, who have a sense, at least for themselves, of what's best for Costa Mesa. Not what's best for a developer, not what's going to make him a 15% internal rate of return, but what's going to make Costa Mesa a better place. An isolated community inside where Fairview Development Center is? What is it, going to be a neighborhood? Are you ever going to go there? What is that? Is that a government housing project site? Is that what we want? I don't think so. That's not what I heard tonight. This is going to go to City Council. And as much as it pains me to suggest this to you, I'm going to suggest you come back out here when it's in front of City Council and make sure they understand your perspective. We've gotten letters that have been written in. They're eloquent, they're extensive, they're specific, and that's useful too. But boy, when you see the actual community out here and people that you know, and the sincerity of the comments and input that you're providing, I don't know how we could ignore that and go in a different direction just to satisfy Sacramento and some numbers that people put in a spreadsheet. So my recommendation to staff is to report back to the City Council that the residents spoke initially in the surveys, and they came out and they spoke with clarity to the Planning Commission. And what we have right now as a plan is not at all what the community is supportive of. That's my recommendation.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Commissioner Martinez.
I want to begin with questions. And I was on the other side of the dais for much longer than I've been on this side of the dais. So I want to begin with questions that were brought up during public comment, and then maybe questions inspired by public comment, and then I'll move on to my own. And most of this is probably just clarifying things that may not have been in this presentation, but might have been in previous presentations. So sorry for the commissioners who may have already heard this, but this is now for you, the audience. Why was Harla Avenue or Baker, or not Baker, Merrimack not considered as an entrance for the site?
So Merrimack, it turns out, is a private road. And Harbor Village has declined to have access through that on a regular basis. And the state has gone along with that. And even the Emergency Operations Center can't use that road, only in an emergency.
Okay. Why is the Emergency Operations Center where it is, and why do we not cover it in our specific plan?
It has its own environmental document, and so that was cleared last year, if not the year before, and they're under construction.
Okay. Um, why is the Emergency Operations Center where it is, and why do we not cover it in our specific plan?
It has its own environmental document, and so that was cleared last year, if not the year before, and they're under construction. Okay.
Okay. Um, why is the Emergency Operations Center where it is, and why do we not cover it in our specific plan? what kinds of affordable housing are we planning for? And by kinds, I mean naturally occurring, government subsidized, inclusionary. What different kinds do we expect to be on this site?
We see a combination of traditional affordable housing done by affordable housing developers that pull together a variety of financing. It is subsidized. It is run by them. It includes other kinds of supporting uses in perpetuity. And then for the moderate, in addition to the low and very low, you've got a 30% requirement for moderate, and most of that can be included within the market rate housing.
Okay.
Okay.
For a future development to be financially feasible and include more open space than is recommended, what would be required?
Well, one of the longer term options is to allow for mid-rise. So you might get a senior tower, and just by definition, you'd have more stories. You would take up less space. You'd have more space for open space.
So higher density, more open space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In our specific plan, I think the penultimate slide or like the discussion slide was talking about different unit levels, different numbers for the affordability percentages. Is that something that we can put in our specific plan? This many units is the minimum number of low income, very low, moderate. Is that something we can put in there?
Yes, correct.
Wonderful. Okay. For an affordable housing developer, you've stated previously that it's probable that they will be gifted a prepared site, essentially. Once they are gifted that site, can they then propose their own building concept? Can they deviate from the specific plan? Can they, I don't know, go more dense, less dense than what may be proposed in the plan?
Yeah, that would be an option. Obviously, they would have to meet the specific plan targets, but they could increase density, certainly.
Okay.
Or, there's not going to be a defined number of units in each location, right? So it would be the aggregate of the specific plan.
Okay. There was one question about a route to Fairview Park through a walking or biking path. Has that been considered?
Yes, we looked at other options of going through the golf course, and it messes up with the play of the golf course too much. So what we have now is a trail along the secondary access and along Fair, coming along Harbor. There's an existing trail there that then comes down and enters into a trail that's just hugs the edge of the golf course and goes over to the park.
Okay. In the same way that we can put minimum number of different types of affordable unit requirements, can we do that same thing with our open space requirements, put in a minimum number of fields or other maybe passive amenities as well?
Yeah, you can direct on a minimum amount of open space and the types of open space that you want to see in the specific plan.
Thank you. What is the purpose of the new second roadway? Is it just for the Emergency Operations Center?
No, it is to provide an additional access point for the unit for the development period.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that covers most of the questions that were raised during the public comment period. So now I'll move on to my own. On the DDS land, I think this is the first time that it's been mentioned in the staff report that 20% of the units on that land will be for individuals with developmental disabilities, and then 80% will be for a moderate income. That's okay. That's interesting. That's their model on the other site, correct?
Yeah, that is their typical model, and we had conversations with them back in April to see if that was still their intent for the site, and they confirmed that it was.
Okay. On concept number 2 that we had here, it proposed the second road just be straight into the bottom of the site. Why was that rejected by, I guess, OES?
Yeah, it was just the nature of how the roads came together at that 90-degree angle, and they didn't think that it would have a sufficient turning radius for the emergency vehicles and the trucks that they anticipate going down that road.
But they're okay with the one at Fair and Shelley?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that is obviously being designed. You're seeing it at a very high level,
Yeah.
but they are providing input on specifications for the width and the turning radius that they would need at that intersection as well.
Okay. Why is our proposed commercial square footage maximum at 35,000 square feet?
Yeah, so as part of the economic studies that we did, we confirmed that somewhere between 25,000 and 50,000 square feet of commercial space could be supported. So we introduced a recommendation of a maximum of 35,000 square feet. But of course, the Planning Commission could direct us and provide input to increase that maximum.
Okay. And then I'll end with one of my questions from before about coordination with other agencies. Want to confirm that there's been discussions with Mesa Water, Costa Mesa Sanitary. If you could address Newport Mesa and any school attendance considerations. And then the one that I think was said you had not met with previously was OCTA, and if that had happened since that time.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start, and then I'll pass over to Karen. So we did speak to the school district early on in the process. They told us that they didn't anticipate this development triggering a need for an additional school. Obviously, a master developer would need to pay school impact fees as part of this process to mitigate the development. And, there'd be opportunity to use those fees to enhance or increase capacity at any existing school facilities in the city. In terms of other organizations, we have reached out to a hand of them. I'll let Karen provide a little bit more information on OCTA, but sort of the higher level answer to this question is that as we've engaged in these organizations, they have continued to give us the feedback that they don't want to start those discussions until there's more detail in the specific plan. They don't know how many units yet. It's not at the point yet where they feel like they have enough information and certainty on how the city will move forward to be able to give guidance and react to the plan.
In terms of OCTA, we know where the bus stops currently are, and this area doesn't generate a lot of transit riders right now. So the intent is once we have a unit count and a development bag, so to speak, that we're working with, then that's the right time to sit down with OCTA. Then we can talk about the future population, we can talk about the potential phasing, we can talk about where the existing bus stops are and opportunities to make them be in the best location to serve the project. We aren't going to know, and we don't want OCTA telling us off the bat that they aren't going to bring a bus into the site yet. We want to be able to see what we can do to convince them that maybe that is something we can do in the future. So there is a strategy involved, and essentially we'll be in a better position to have that conversation when we know the population.
Sure. And for each of these agencies, they all have their own elected officials. I would just encourage just a courtesy, hey, this is going on in your service area. At least for Costa Mesa, our mayor sits on the OCTA board of directors, so that's easy enough. But any of the other ones would be good to let them know. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman. I will have comments, but I'll let others go.
Well, why don't you offer your comments?
Okay. This will be a while. So I do not want this development to be an island. I think it should be distinctive, yet connected to the rest of the city. A land swap or even a transfer with the state to allow for the harbor frontage to connect this site with the rest of the city, I think is an amazing opportunity and also allows for activation along the Harbor Boulevard corridor. It also means ease of usage for other multimodal transportation options like the bus, like biking along the Harbor Cornerstone Trail. I want this to have, to be an inclusive space, inclusive of people of all ages, abilities, with varied interests, with multitudinous opportunities to live, shop, to recreate. I want this to be able to support a diverse community, and insofar as our land use plan or this specific plan in general can support that, I would be very hopeful and supportive. I really liked the former Vice Chair, Mr. Russell Toller's comments. I would encourage you to adopt them however you can. He put in writing what I can not verbalize as well on the fly. I would like for this to be an active space. What I mean by that is walking along the street should not feel dead. There shouldn't be empty streets with no people. This doesn't necessarily mean that I want, for example, a business or a restaurant along every frontage, but maybe requiring residential amenities on floor one. So something activated for restaurants requiring or encouraging at least outdoor dining. Having an active street network, having activity at the ground floor level, I think will be great. This slide that we have up now is a good example of what I would prefer for a circulation network. Essentially, my idea is more dashed lines is better in my point of view. What I don't like about this plan specifically is the standalone commercial. I would prefer that mixed use be allowed throughout the site and that we don't just have a standalone commercial or a standalone other amenity that is not residential. I would encourage residential mixed use throughout the site, though solely residential, that's fine. Would want more than one paseo. I think the working draft that we have in Figure 4 only has one. I would prefer multiple. We received some plans for the street sections. I would encourage us to work with our active transportation coordinator, our transportation services manager. They have backgrounds in more active transportation. I think it would be, for example, what is this? The promenade has a 5-foot no parking shoulder that I suppose would have no activity theoretically. I think that just adds 10 feet of asphalt on each side. That is probably not needed. Class 2 buffered bike lanes could just be a Class 4 bike lane. If we're doing this area from scratch, if we're building this road network from scratch, then I think we build it with pedestrians in mind first, bicyclists in mind second, and then cars in mind third. It's the priority of how unsafe, I suppose, you are walking around. To that end, I don't know if the specific plan is the place to do this, but things like raised crosswalks, so that you have to go to sidewalk level to cross an intersection, intersections with bikes in mind. I'm looking at the Shelley Trail and just designing them with bikes in mind. The street sections have vehicle lane widths of 12 feet, which is what a freeway has, roughly. So that should definitely be narrowed. And I do like the open space framework, being paseos, parks there. I would be interested in the height restrictions due to the tower. I think it might be preferable to have the parks closest to where the tower is because of height restrictions, but not necessarily want to require that. I think the developer having the option to mix and match any of these rectangles, if we say, ignoring the piece that juts out, there's 12, 16, roughly, if you cut that larger open space one in half, we say, hey, you have to have 3 rectangles that are open space, this many that have commercial mixed use, this many that have residential. Pick where they go, pick where it makes the most sense. I think I'd be fine with that. Any way that, however that may be laid out in the specific plan. And with that, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Let's go over here. Commissioner Andrade?
Just to clarify on the traffic, right? Because a lot of the public comments that we heard are big concerns about having both of these streets feed into the heavily trafficked Harbor Boulevard already. And just to clarify, right, we cannot have this access point or egress-ingress at a Tanager because it abuts what DDS would own, right, or would manage. Is that correct?
Tanager is not a street. It's a drive.
Right, I'm sorry. So that drive couldn't connect. Right now, how we have the Shirley Circle Trail, that couldn't be an access point, or maybe, I know the golf course entrance is someone more over on the left of this drawing. Could that be an access point that, I'm just thinking about different exit points that we can create.
Yeah, we've looked at, with our transportation folks, looked at all of the options that we could possibly find.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And worked with your public works and transportation folks as well.
So having EOC have their exit into the, I think it's a firehouse that is on Placentia. That was in it would seem like a pretty straightforward, right? Emergency response, go through the access point that the firehouse has. That was not feasible?
I think they've got it in their EIR. We're not proposing to use it. I think the emergency access would be Merrimack.
Okay. Yeah, because I think somebody commented here, and it also was in the written comments that we received, having a sort of, we have to create another access point that doesn't just all feed into Harbor Boulevard. Right, it's already a heavily trafficked area. I heard you say earlier that, there was considered a exit point, maybe that connects, and a lot of concern is here about the children that are going to be here. How are we creating access for kids that maybe be living here and are going to Wilson, are going to Estancia? So having a access point, maybe it's a walking path, maybe it's a trail or something like that, that would allow exit through the golf course, I think could be an opportunity.
So that is what the green dotted line is showing, is a future trail that would lead to Tanager. I thought before you were asking about a road.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm talking to Placentia. To access the schools that are on that side, right?
Yes, yeah.
So that we
And
don't
so
have kids
that-
going like wrapping around that whole block radius just to get to school.
Yeah.
Yeah, just something to consider in the planning. I understand that you said maybe the golf holes may need to be readjusted, but just something to consider again as we're trying to talk about accessibility and walkability. One of the things I wanted to cover was right in the chapters of the Fairview Development Plan, or that master plan that you're going to present. You know, and Commissioner Martinez already talked about the public services, right? Getting connections with the school district, OCTA, I think would be also essential to have in there. And then onto the open space. So there was great feedback on how much open space the west side of Costa Mesa needs, bringing in over, close, potentially up to 4,000 units. That would even grow the green space inequities that the west side of Costa Mesa already has. And we heard that here clearly by many of our community folks here. But I mean, and then, just to play devil's advocate, right? We talked a lot about golfs and sports field, but we're also the city of the arts. I mean, how are we including other forms of creativity and green space? How about a pool? West Side kids don't know how to swim. How about a splash pad, right? Something like that that is very inviting to the community. There's a wonderful park that I visited with my family, Sigler Park in Westminster. Could be a sample model for something that could be abutting. Maybe it's something about, again, back to the city of the arts. Do we create an art studio space here that is accessible for kids that are not into, competitive sports, I don't know, a band room or something like that, other forms of creative, as we're thinking about the community spaces or maybe retail spaces that may be available here. Are those permitted types of open space for the plan? It's pretty broad. Okay, so that would be great to put in some consideration. And then, we were talking about, the guiding principles, making sure that this is an integrated plan. And one of the things that really stuck out is that you said, avoid making it secluded. That's exactly what this looks like. It's a very secluded, like one of our residents said, a city within a city that has only one egress, two streets exiting to the same side, creating so much more traffic. So it's truly not, one of the biggest pieces that we got from the community is that make the open space accessible, make it inviting. An island is not an isolated space like this. A whole neighborhood, a city here is not really inviting. So again, I would bring forward the comments that we heard, that we saw from Commissioner Toller, past Commissioner Toller, that he submitted about really considering harbor frontage as an opportunity to truly make it connected to the rest of the city and not isolated. And I'm just talking about, like you have in this picture here, just the 5 holes that would be in between this Fair Drive and this squiggly line potential road that we may have. Like even just that, I think would be a great opportunity again to bring the green space and the open space that the west side is overdue. Because by the way, just as a footnote, I don't think I saw in the city budget any projections or allocations of funding for park development for the west side in 2025, 2026, 2027, 2020, I don't know, and like 2030 maybe is when that allocation is happening. So again, this is a big opportunity to, like many have said here, this is the future. This could truly be the future for Costa Mesa. And even for my 8-year-old, it may not be here for her, but for the future of our community. The other item that I definitely wanted to plug in is that in the final specific plan, I think it is an opportunity to embed in the plan, maintaining the highest level of very low and affordable written into the specific plan at 40%, making that a requirement. I would also love to maintain the expectations on the green space to make sure that that's not watered down. I mean, we heard that here at from a couple of our public speakers. And although today, we heard a lot about sports and all of that, but we didn't hear from the over 60% of Costa Mesa residents that are renters in our community. But they frequently do attend city council meetings. And what is their primary cry every time? We need affordable housing. We need affordable housing. We need affordable housing. And hopefully one that meets the code, that is not full of mold, that is not leaking, the roofs aren't leaking, things of the sort. So again, over 60% of Costa Mesa residents are renters. So keeping that maintained affordability, I think it truly is essential. Newport Beach is achieving their affordable housing numbers. Irvine, Huntington Beach, we really shouldn't be an exception for that. And although, it's also a great case for homeless prevention, right? Creating affordable housing prevents more people to falling through the cracks and ending homeless in our streets. And I am sure that none of our residents want to see more of that in our community. So creating that safety net within the city, I think is truly essential, and is our duty, right? We are here to really emphasize what the public good is. And although it may not be profitable for the developer, again, I think as a city, we do have the due diligence and expectation to meet the needs of our community and what's best for our community. And again, in the greatest interest, over profitability, we need to focus on what is the public good for our community. Those are my comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Commissioner Dixon.
Thank you, and I'll try to keep these relatively brief, but I wanted to touch on a few things for suggestions for upcoming in the specific plan. And to echo Vice Chair Zick's comment about the participation, I want to ensure that every single letter and email we received tonight makes it into this process, not a link to a former staff report. You know what I mean? They need to be brought front and center. We had some incredibly articulate comments. We had Russell Toller. Diane Russell was here this evening. We had Adam Arith with a fantastic comment as well. And it's very interesting to see this broad spectrum of comments and what the community wants. You have from former Commissioner Toller, who wants a car-free environment, similar to some towns in Europe. And then we have other folks who want more priority on parking as far as for the sports fields. And I think we need to bring all of that together so we can have a conversation and make sure that we do have the diverse community that serves all ages and residents. One of the things I'm frustrated with is we do have a very diverse community. I'm 56 years old, and I used to commute to work every day by bus. I rode my bike every day to work. And then I had kids. And my kids go to sports at Bonita Creek Park, and then the Jack Hammett Sports Center, and sometimes over in other cities. We have to be realistic about how Costa Mesa moves and how Costa Mesa lives. And I want to prioritize and promote bikeability and walkability as much as anybody else, but I don't think we should design a project which ignores the reality of 78 or 80% of the people. And I think we should get some good numbers on that, because the latest numbers from the census say that 78% of Americans commute to work by themselves, or sometimes in a shared car or shared van, but 67% by themselves. That's from the latest American survey. I'd like to get some good numbers on that, and I'd like to design a community that reflects that and doesn't just say, you know what, here's 4,000 units, but you can't park your car, because that's just not reality. And also, if we're not going to have everything contained within this development, we have to be realistic about the transit options. I have a 13-year-old son who it takes an hour and a half, or almost an hour and a half, to get from one side of Costa Mesa to the other to go to a skate park. And 50 minutes of that is walking. So I think we have to be realistic about, if the transit exists, let's utilize it, let's promote it, let's prioritize it. And I know we're not doing this for 2025 or even 2030, but we have to be realistic about the transportation options for the people who are going to live here, or it's not going to be successful, it's not going to be marketable, and it's not going to be a pleasant place to live. I also think that we have to step back for a minute and realize that there are three partners in this. There's the state, there's the various agencies of the state, and the legislation. And one of them, we're in charge of the planning. The legislation has suggestions about numbers of units, which we just decided to ignore, and I understand why. We're being flexible there, but then we're not going to be flexible on the economic analysis part of it. We're not going to be flexible on the timeframes. I think we need to, as the posture the city needs to take is aggressive cooperation. Like, we understand what a gift this property is. We understand our role and your role, but we would like to maximize the things that benefit our residents, and that includes affordable housing. I saw that the legislation requires 200 units of permanent supportive housing. So, we had a client who lived at Harbor Village, fully disabled, incapable of working, but they had caseworkers, they had everything, and they were thriving. And I agree with that 80-20 model, by the way, because then they're living in a normal community, and they're not, they're not ostracized or isolated or whatever. I have family members in that situation who have never been able to find housing, and they're 40 years old. So that's a critically needed thing, affordable housing on all levels. I also think that was a very good comment earlier about the moderate fitting in with it for sale. Moderate is $95,000 for a single person and $135,000 for a family of four. There are thousands of Costa Mesans far below that renting, and I was the same way. I rented for 25, 30 years. So I think we need to stretch, we need to find every section of that legislation and find how it most benefits Costa Mesa. And I think hewing close to 2,500 units is the maximum. It's in the legislation. I think we should try to do that. And also, we're talking about affordable housing developers being gifted the land. And great, it's an incentive. But I think that, and maybe that was baked into the economic feasibility cake, but maybe we need to throw that up against the wall and do that over again. I just think that we need to, our job as a planning commission is to advise the city council and listen to the residents about what the city of Costa Mesa wants. And from all the comments we've received in writing and in person and throughout the extensive outreach project, it is clear what the city wants. And so we need affordable housing, we need open space, we need 2,500 or 2,300 units. Whether or not that's possible is one thing, but we need to find a way to make that work the best and to bring as many elements of, what about live work for medical offices, art studios, piano teachers, accountants? What about that as a way to bring in more activity and more, usable stuff inside the neighborhoods? If we can activate it that way. Regarding that 200 permanent supportive housing, where does that fall in on those numbers? Is that within the 575 or is that a separate category?
Yes, I mean, it counts towards the 575, but in reality, it's much lower. It's meeting a much lower income level.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that that's memorialized as well, because it was specific in the legislation about that. Because that's how I envision that housing, is that it's, for someone who's fully disabled, allowing them to live independently, right? Okay. So anyway, and as far as the transit, I do think we need to, once we decide what we're going to do, we need to press OCTA for better service, because the service in Costa Mesa is abysmal. I tried to ride the bus to work. I rode the bus to work in Dallas every day. Impossible. It's just not feasible. And so, and again, as part of the inclusive thing, we need to be able to make sure that we have, for people who have walking and all the other things. So then, but the main thing are the thing that we've all talked about, and to incorporate the comments in, a lower number of units, a higher amount of open space. The sports field things is critical. We don't necessarily have to have baseball diamonds or soccer fields, but utility fields are critical. Because again, we have kids in youth sports, and we are taking our kids to Newport Beach to play. And Matt Leinart football is over at Bonita Creek. For soccer, it's at the sports fields. We have to drive there. It's just reality. So if we want to move forward with sustainability and active transportation, all those things, we need to have things closer to where people are. So utility fields would be great. If you've ever been over to Jack Hammett on a Saturday, there's not parking within 5 square miles. So it's just reality. And so I don't think we can rely on that to service these extra residents. And do we have an understanding of the demographics of like the percentages of the ages or things like that, what's typical in affordable housing or typical in these sorts of communities, so that we can understand what possibly the needs are with youth and with sports and with those sort of recreational activities? Just something to think about. If we know from statistics that 20% of these folks might be under 18, and then a certain number of those might be playing sports, then it's just, I think if the public and we and the commission or the council are better informed on some of those issues, it may help us with this decision making. As far as the paseos and the green belts. So I grew up in Newport Beach, and in a lot of those areas, you have these green belts that ride through neighborhoods. They have a walking path, sometimes they have picnic tables and barbecues, but there's a lot of grass, and it's sort of this paseo concept, right? But you could do other things. I think that's a really, we should increase that if we can. I think if it's appropriate to have a higher density in certain areas for certain types of housing, for instance, senior housing or other folks, then that's great if we can increase the amount of open space for an amphitheater or community areas, things that, a bandstand, stuff that bring people together. That'd be great. And again, the live work may activate the streets. It may activate some of the walking and the pedestrian stuff if you can go, 3 blocks over for the piano teacher or whatever. So yeah, those are the themes of my comments, and so I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other, Commissioner Rojas, then Commissioner Kleepak?
So, first of all, I want to say thank you to Vice Chair Zick and Commissioner Martinez for asking most of the questions I wanted to ask. A couple of quick questions are regarding, and this is something that's just it's sitting on here. I'm looking at it. One of the slides talked about a concept one. The only housing I saw pointed out was townhouse style housing, but I'm looking at the other graphic. I understand these are just conceptual ideas, but that they all have a mixed type of building, right? Because I'm looking at the wrap style versus and the courtyard and the other ones on the individual drawing. So that is correct, right? And then did I hear you correctly when you stated that the EOC has its permits and is already under construction? Did I hear that?
They will likely have their permits by early July and be starting construction at that time. So they're very close to starting construction.
So the reason I asked that is we've heard a couple of different commentaries about why that location, and even some of the letters that we got, why there? Why not at, the fairgrounds, or why not move it somewhere else? So that's not an option at all. Is that correct?
Oh, not at this point, no.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I'm saying that for everybody's information as well as my own. So our task for tonight was to come up with recommendations or to give our feedback on this, right? So I'm just going to stick to that. And what I have is it's what I call a magic wand idea. If I had a magic wand, this is what we could do, right? But the one that keeps jumping out at me is the idea of the island, the isolationist, isolated aspect of this thing. It just bugs me because we're basically creating arteries to connect to the heart, so to speak. We have to cut through something to get there. We got to disrupt the golf course, which obviously is not a popular opinion. I haven't played this course, but I would imagine it's a great course because of the feedback we're getting. So I have to agree that if you wanted to, our feedback on it is moving that frontage to Harbor. If you're going to disrupt the course, but give them the land swap piece back so that they can design that and make that better for many, many reasons, because that solves a lot of different problems. So again, that's my magical wish list piece there. And again, I also agree with decreasing the units, increasing the fields, and just getting rid of that. It just seems like we're doing a Band-Aid solution here to connect this thing, and it just doesn't look right. It just doesn't feel right. I don't think the flow or the feasibility of that of creating that secondary road is the solution that we have. So that's it. That's my feedback that I wanted to share with you guys. Thank you.
Commissioner Kleepak?
All right. Yes, thank you, everybody, for your comments and input. Just to add my thoughts in here, this is a tough project. There's not a silver bullet, obviously. We need to get a lot of units, we need to have a lot of affordable, but it has to be profitable, and we don't want to disturb this, and we don't want to have too high density. So My thoughts on this, I agree it would be great to have as much open space as we can. I like the idea of the utility fields. I know it was mentioned the sports fields that are down off of Gissler. If you're not in an organized team, those gates are usually locked. So it would be nice to have something that's accessible to everybody. I think that means we are going to have higher density in some areas. I like the idea of mixed use where the commercial is spread out, which brings more engagement, and it's not all having commercial concentrated in one area. I agree, I'd like to see it more connected to harbor, so it's not just like this long driveway into a disconnected island. At the end of the day, I don't think it's going to be possible to have a flat 40% affordable because we have to have somebody build it, and nobody's going to build it at a loss. So we do need to, have a certain number of units, but like I said, something's got to give. So I think we do have to have some higher density in some areas. I do like the idea of the promenade and the paseos and prioritizing pedestrians to the extent we can. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll try and be quick. First of all, thank you all for staying here. I know you're not staying here to listen to me talk, but I do appreciate all the input. And I think what you can tell from even just everybody who's weighed in tonight is there's still a diverse opinions and perspectives on how to approach this. I kind of share a lot of those concerns. The Fairview development of Sandler has always been this, for better or for worse, a repository for everybody's hopes and fears. A lot of people want it to be this incredible opportunity for a new neighborhood developed with a new planning paradigm. And then others are just concerned about what the actual impacts will be. And at the end of the day, this is property owned by the state. We have very limited control, but our control is actually in the planning process right now. And on that, I want to express my sincere frustration with the planning process because, we're trying to implement and develop a specific plan, which ironically is not very specific, right? At the end of the day, we're going to have a land use map with different colors. We're going to have some illustrations. I've sat there where Miss Gully is. In fact, I've sat there with Miss Gully several times doing this exact drill. And it is always very much a challenge with the community because you have these inherent tensions. I do believe that we have a kind of consensus on certain things like housing and open space. The question is, how do you resolve that to everybody's satisfaction? And it's sort of an if-then proposition. If you want sports fields, then you need to have some development occur here. We don't own the land. The city doesn't have that prerogative right now. If you want affordable housing, as Commissioner Klepek mentioned, you're probably going to have more housing to compensate for that reduced marketability. And if you want fewer cars, then you're going to have retail next to residential. You're going to have more walkable neighborhoods, more bike paths. All of that can be resolved. I don't think we're there just yet. On the golf course, I do want to make one comment, which is if there is a secondary access that needs to be there, I want to make sure that it is completely evaluated and vetted by the community, and that it's designed and we understand what those impacts are. And most importantly, there's some identification of the value that the city will get for granting that, because that is the city's property. That easement has considerable value, and it's not something to just be given away. Lastly, and I think this is the most pragmatic thing, we're supposed to complete this process according to the legislation by December of this year. I think my advice to council is we need an extension for that. We need to buy ourselves some time. There's no reason why we can't, we cannot get additional time to do this right. I often, not as much anymore, have told my kids, there's two ways to do things, right and again. That doesn't mean it needs to be perfect, but I don't want to see us stumble any more than we have, and that's not anybody's fault. I just want to say that it is a difficult process, and I think we would benefit from having some additional time to really work through this. So those are my comments for tonight. I will say lastly, I am curious about this preferred land use concept as far as what the promenade looks like with some mixed use, more activation, as well as kind of the more dispersed commercial area in next to the EOC. I think that's a better option in creating a more integrated neighborhood. All right, with that,
To follow up on what you said about the golf course.
yes.
And I had meant to say this earlier, and I didn't. Have we examined every possible down on that corner road path? And I know that they had concerns about the configuration of the 90-degree, but if we're going to have to impact Mesa Linda, just looking at a map, there appears to be a way to do it where you cannot just destroy 5 holes, just because the way it plays is a couple of the big long holes are there. And so just examine configurations.
We have, and we will continue to, but we have vetted a number of options internally with staff and with the state. We also are working with the golf course architect. They have developed 12 different alternatives.
Okay.
They are making preparations to give us some recommendations.
And then you and I talked briefly earlier about it would be helpful to get the information on the utilization of the golf course, the demographics and all that stuff, just so we can better understand how that open space is being used.
Yeah.
When we're weighing these decisions.
Yeah, and if I may, through the chair, we understand that we need an extension. We have had those conversations with the state. They are also in agreement. They've asked us to reach out to them to initiate and start that process, which we have, so we're currently actively working through that extension.
Okay, good. All right.
It's a quick clarity.
Of course, Vice Chair.
And it's clarity blending that what Commissioner Dixon just said to what I thought was both a question and answer from Commissioner Martinez. In one of the secondary road maps you showed, my understanding was you indicated that the EOC did not like that configuration of that road because of the 90-degree bend. But I thought I understood in your response to a question from Commissioner Martinez that if there was no secondary access road, because, for example, we only built 2,300 units, the EOC access would be out the main drive at Fair. So this secondary access road could be any configuration we wanted, and if the EOC didn't like it, they just go out Fair.
Well, so that road has already been developed by the EOC team, that Shelley Circle Road, and they are going to start construction on it when they start construction in July.
The road within the site, not the road that
Yes.
cuts across the golf course.
Yes, the Shelley Circle Road.
Okay.
So any future plans are going to have to be designed and fit into where that road is already going to be existing.
But doesn't that connect to the exit out Fair?
Yeah, Shelley Circle will connect to the exit out.
Okay, so we could do anything we wanted with that secondary access road, and if the EOC didn't like its curvature, that wouldn't be a problem, because they're not counting on it anyway. Am I right?
Are you saying in a 2,300 unit scenario?
In any
Then we wouldn't be
scenario.
then we wouldn't be discussing a secondary access road.
And the EOC would be just fine, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. If we're not building more than 2,300 units in a theoretical scenario,
Right.
there is no need for the secondary access
And the
road.
EOC would be able to exit out Fair.
Oh, yes, correct.
So no matter what we did with the secondary access road, if the EOC didn't like it, there's still no issue because they can continue to use Fair, correct?
They still need multiple routes based on the population that's going to be anticipated and access for their vehicle trucks. So they would want to continue to work with the city to make sure that those trucks can access that secondary access road if it's there.
All right, thank you, Chair.
All right.
Just one last thing, since we're diving in for demographics of the golf course, I would also love to include, how many of those are actually Costa Mesa residents. And then secondarily, I would love to see what is the current population on the west side that is being underserved for not having adequate green space in our community. What is the walkability needs that our children have, and maybe Newport, the school district may have to get access to Estancia High School. Like we just heard Commissioner Dixon, to like walk to the nearest pump track or skate park that we see in our community so frequently. So I would love to include those demographics when we're making those decisions, because we need to take into account the community that is being underserved, and not just this, the one group that we're prioritizing on.
All right, commissioners, may I have a motion? Okay. Oh, Vice Chair Zick,
Receive and file.
seconded by Dixon. Do you want to speak to your motion? Okay, let's call for the question.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break, come back at 9:35. All right, we are back on the record for our last item, new business. Study session, sorry, Anna, would you like to read the title of this?
New business, item number 1, study session regarding the 2025 zoning code amendment, PCTY-25-0001 for minor technical updates.
Okay, turn it over to Ms. Curley, Assistant Planner, to present the item.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Caitlin Curley, Assistant Planner, and I am joined by my colleague, Froylin Garcia, Assistant Planner. And today we are presenting a study session item for the current zoning code amendment. The purpose of this study session is to introduce zoning code amendments in general, to provide a summary of the expected items for the current zoning code amendment, and to receive initial feedback from the Planning Commission. This presentation will have 3 parts. First, I will provide a background on zoning code amendments. Then I will provide a background on zoning administrator determinations. And finally, Froylin and I will provide an overview of the expected items for the zoning code amendment, which is expected to present to the Planning Commission for recommendation in July or August of this year. We need to start with what is a zoning code amendment? A zoning code amendment is a necessary component of good planning practice. It is a method for cities to regularly update their zoning codes, to meet state laws, clarify code sections, and align the code with current practices and procedures. It's considered best practice for a city to conduct zoning code amendments at least annually. There are 3 main reasons for a city-initiated zoning code amendment. The first is to provide technical updates. That can be things like clarifying language or codifying common practices and interpretations. The second is to modify city policy. An example of this is the outdoor dining requirements that were updated in late 2023 and early 2024. And the third option, or the third reason, is to comply with state law. An example of this is the regular, almost annual updates to the city's accessory dwelling unit regulations, the most recent of which was approved earlier this year. This zoning code amendment that we're discussing today provides technical updates, clarity, and minor changes to meet state law. It is in the intent of this zoning code amendment to be technical in nature and not constitute changes in city policy. Because zoning code amendments are only done so often, it is necessary to bridge the gap between these updates. To do this, cities often use written interpretations to further clarify the zoning code. In Costa Mesa, for example, this includes the walls, fences, and landscaping standards, zoning administrator determinations, which will be described in more detail in a moment, and in cases where state law is prevalent in the code, the city may rely on the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD's, technical guidance. Zoning administrator determinations are essential staff-level procedures approved by the zoning administrator. They provide clarification or interpretations to clarify ambiguity or account for unique uses and businesses within the city. A couple of examples of this are a definition of contiguous window area and a zoning administrator determination clarifying individual and group counseling. Zoning administrator determinations are used by staff daily during plan check and entitlement reviews. Keeping these requirements separate, however, from the zoning code causes confusion for staff and applicants. That is why this current zoning code amendment proposes to codify several of our most common zoning administrator determinations. The first item in the current zoning code amendment codifies the fences, walls, and landscaping standards. These standards regulate things like height, location, and materials of walls and fences within the city. The proposed changes to the code include, as I said, the codification of the standards. It also increases the permitted wall and fence height at the front of the properties, while reducing the opportunities for deviations in those same locations. It provides exceptions for decorative elements on walls, such as lights and pillars, and prohibits razor wire near residential development. This item will consolidate the determination with the zoning code, increase wall height in front yards and reduce deviation applications, encourage good design by allowing pillars and wall lights, and protects residents from dangerous conditions near their homes. The second item codifies the zoning administrator determinations related to group counseling and individual counseling. The proposed changes to the code include adding individual counseling to the land use matrix, providing a definition for individual counseling, and establishing a parking rate of 4 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for individual counseling, and 10 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for group counseling. This item will consolidate the determination with the zoning code and implement provisions to remove barriers for small single operator businesses while maintaining regulations for high-intensity uses. The third item codifies a zoning administrator determination, which states that pipes and conduits should not be located on the exterior of buildings. These conditions are prevalent due to the age of buildings and a lack of prior regulation in the city. This item proposes changes to the zoning code, including prohibiting the location of new elements on the exterior of buildings, but also allows for an exemption for existing elements to be painted to match the surrounding facade. This item consolidates the determination with the zoning code, encourages good design in remodels and new construction, and creates objective design standards. Item 4 codifies another zoning administrator determination, which requires ground-mounted antenna and support elements and equipment to be screened from view. It should be noted that state and federal law allow cities to require screening, but cities cannot deny projects due to a lack of screening if that screening is infeasible. The proposed changes to the code include requiring ground-mounted support elements and equipment for the antenna to be screened when visible from off-site. This item consolidates the determination with the zoning code and reduces unsightly development of unscreened ground-mounted antenna equipment and structures while maintaining consistency with federal and state law. Item number 5 is related to the city's adoption of Senate Bill 9 in 2021. This item seeks to codify Urgency Ordinance number 2021-21, which codified or allowed the City Council to approve the state's mandate for SB 9. The item also includes some minor changes to meet current state law and to clarify a couple development standards. The proposed changes include establishing a maximum of 4 total units for SB 9 projects, consistent with state law, and clarifies that 1 driveway is permitted in urban lot splits per resultant lot. It also clarifies that more than one garage space can be constructed per unit if desired by the developer. This item aligns city requirements with state law and provides clarification on development standards. Item number 6 provides some clarity on state requirements for ADUs. HCD held a meeting with the city in June to review the ordinance that was approved in 2025. They determined that the city's ordinance was substantially compatible with state law, but they identified 2 minor revisions. However, these revisions were not substantial enough to warrant HCD to issue an additional formal letter. These proposed changes include clarifying that ADUs and JADUs alone do not trigger a requirement for fire sprinklers in the main residence, and also creates objectivity in the city's requirement for exterior stairways, in prohibiting exterior stairways on a front facade within 20 feet of a front or street side property line. This update further aligns the city requirements with state law. I will now pass off the presentation to my colleague Froylan.
Good evening, Chair and Planning Commissioners. I am Froylan Garcia, an Assistant Planner, and will be presenting the next 5 items. Item 7 is contiguous window area. This item codifies an existing zoning administrator determination that clarified that the contiguous definition by stating that windows that are separated from other windows by solid walls are not considered contiguous. Through this update, the contiguous definition is further clarified by adding language stating that windows are only contiguous if they are located on the same facade, and establishing a maximum mullion width for windows to still be considered contiguous. Additionally, an exhibit has also been added for clarity. This update will consolidate an existing determination with the existing definition and encourage clear and uncluttered windows. The next item is mechanical rooms. This item codifies an existing zoning administrator determination that established that electrical and mechanical rooms are not usable space, and therefore their square footage should be excluded from parking calculations. Through this update, parking requirements would be updated to exclude the square footage of mechanical and electrical equipment and their surrounding 3 feet that is typically used to service the equipment. This update will consolidate the determination with the zoning code and incentivize the interior placement of mechanical equipment rather than it being mounted on the roof or on the ground. The next item is the screening of ground-mounted equipment. This item codifies an existing zoning administrator determination that established permitted locations for ground-mounted mechanical and electrical equipment. It provided the required setbacks to neighboring windows, and it also provided mitigation methods for situations where setbacks could not be met. The proposed changes include sound mitigation standards for equipment within 8 feet of neighboring windows, and also the removal of subjective mitigation methods such as neighbors' consent. This item will consolidate the determination and address one of the most commonly asked questions that staff receives at the counter through emails and phone calls on a day-to-day basis. Item 10 is raised decks. The zoning code is currently silent in regards to raised decks. Low-profile structures that are shorter than 6.5 feet are allowed in the side and rear setbacks. This has often led to privacy concerns, as these decks in the side and rear setbacks allow views into neighboring yards. Through this update, raised decks that are 18 inches from finished grade would be required to meet the underlying zone setbacks for main structures. Objectively, this would address privacy concerns by providing clear standards, including a defined height limit and setback requirements for raised decks. Our final item is item 11, which is our shared parking analysis. The zoning code requires a shared parking analysis demand in mixed-use developments. This includes our shopping centers, multi-commercial, and industrial developments. It is an Excel tool used to conduct calculations for analysis. The tool is currently outdated and only has limited uses. Updated demand data will accompany the zoning code amendment. It will include more uses and up-to-date data. This will look to attract new businesses to the city and reduce the requirement for parking deviations and reduce an overly burdensome process. Our next steps are to return to Planning Commission for recommendation. The expected hearing date is in July or August. And subsequently, we will have city council action hearings that are expected in September or October. And Caitlin and I are open to any questions at this moment.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garcia and Ms. Curley. Commissioners, this is just a study session item, so feel free to ask questions or offer comments. Vice Chair Zick.
Had you seen the public comment from Russell Toller regarding the height of walls in front yards?
Yes, Vice Chair, I did.
And do you have a response or an opinion about his concern?
I do, thank you. I believe Mr. Toller's first concern was that the revised code sections allowed fences and walls up to 6 feet on the property line. I would just like to clarify that for that particular height, that height would be permitted 10 feet into the property. The height limit for the first 10 feet of the property, in residential zones, I should say, commercial and industrial are different, will be 3.5 feet, which is half a foot taller than the existing standards.
I appreciate that, Caitlin. I don't have his words right in front of me. I assumed he was concerned as well about a 6-foot high wall at the setback. Does somebody have that in front of them?
It's right here. You need it?
And was that his concern?
Yes.
Okay. So all I'm suggesting is that you take a hard look at his concern, his rationale behind it, our past practice for approving or not approving walls that high in the front yard. And when we talk again, you'll maybe have resolved it or may have an opinion that either supports or doesn't support his concern.
Commissioner Zick, if I may, through the chair, we had considered it early on in the process. It's something that has been discussed prior. For this particular zoning code amendment, our goal was to do technical code updates, and we felt like that was more of a wider policy decision. If the Planning Commission instructs us to include it, we will happily bring it back, but it's one of the reasons why we didn't include it in this update.
I got the impression on page 3 that you were going to increase the height limit of walls near the front of a property, and that was one of the updates that you're proposing.
Yeah, a 10-foot setback, increasing a setback for a 6-foot fence from currently 10 feet to 20 feet felt like a bigger difference and would have more impacts for non-conforming properties. And so we just didn't feel comfortable including it in what we are defining here as more of a cleanup to our zoning ordinance and not an amendment that has more policy implications.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I promised him I'd bring it up.
Okay. I'll actually follow up on that. So I'm trying to understand what the design intent is behind that.
Thank
Why would you allow in this case, opaque 6-foot wall at that point in the setback?
Why allow it at the 10-foot?
Well, I mean, his argument, and I tend to agree with him, is if it's more transparent, it's more inviting, and it creates a certain feel of the street as opposed to just walling up something. So let me start with that one.
Thank you, Chair. That is a very valid point in planning that the high walls do kind of cage in the street and limit kind of a interaction between private property and the street. As Anna McGill stated, if you as a commission wanted us to move that 6-foot limit back to outside the setback to create that open feel between private property and the street, we can absolutely make those revisions. However, please, I would just like to notify the commission respectfully that this may create some current nonconformities within the city, as there are many walls located, 6-foot tall walls, located within the first 20 feet of the property. We do have non-conforming provisions in our code which would protect those existing walls throughout their lifespan.
Right. No, I appreciate that that may be a consequence. I do want to kind of drill down though on it, because in the proposed language, this is section 13-75, and it's page 58 in our, I guess, additional staff report. It's not redlined, but it says all interior property lines of the master development lot shall have 6 foot high solid opaque walls and fences. So it's not up to 6 feet. Has to be 6 feet.
Interior property.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand what's the interior. Is that just what's in between two properties? Or if that, because the figure above shows what looks like 6 feet as what I would presumably consider that an interior property line.
Yes, Chair, that is true. That particular section is an existing section, which is why it's not in red. And it is generally applied to entitlements to ensure that new walls or fences are installed properly as part of those new developments.
Okay. And sorry to get picky, is there a figure 13-75-1? I see 1374 and I see 1375-2, unless that was just mislabeled.
I believe that may,
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
we will modify that for the next
Is it
hearing.
a new figure, or is that just the one that's above mislabeled?
It's mislabeled,
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Is it maybe attachment 2 that's all the way in the back? I see walls, fences, and landscaping.
Yes, Commissioner, that is the existing walls, fences, and landscaping standards, which were previously approved by the City Council originally in the 90s, and then again with some minor revisions in the early 2000s.
Okay. Vice Chair Zick?
At the risk of belaboring the point, if I refer to that diagram that's on the very last page, which clearly shows, to me anyway, clearly shows a 6-foot-high wall at the 10-foot setback. Okay, what are you proposing, relative to that diagram, what do you propose changing it?
Relative to this diagram, the current proposed changes would allow the 6-foot block wall or fence exactly as shown on the standards, and it would allow the 2.5-foot fence where shown. However, the 3-foot max fence section would be permitted to go up to 3.5 feet. However, to kind of balance out this change, this increase in height, and in an effort to make things more efficient and reduce applications and burdens to applicants, we have also changed the applicability of our minor modifications so that there can be no deviations for fence or wall height within the front setback of a property. That would be the first 20 feet. So for example, within that setback, a minor modification, which is a small deviation entitlement, which can allow a 20% deviation for an increase in wall height. Within that 20 feet, that would not be allowed anymore. So the maximum wall height would be 6 feet where it's shown and 3.5 feet.
You're awfully smart about this stuff, and so you just have to bear with me. So this diagram shows what will be allowed after you make this code amendment change. Is that correct?
This handout would be a little bit outdated in certain aspects.
In what aspect does it change relative to the height of the 6-foot wall and the 10-foot setback?
So specifically to the 6-foot wall, it would not change.
Got it.
This is what staff is currently using. It's just not in the zoning code. So we're incorporating into
Got
the
it.
zoning code, so it's clear, the
Got
public
it.
can see it.
You're not changing it.
Yeah, exactly,
Okay. So,
exactly.
So I take Toller's comment simply
Yes.
to be, I never liked it, don't codify it.
Yes,
Change it.
exactly.
Okay.
And my response originally to that was, if you agree, you can certainly instruct
Got it.
us to come back with that amendment.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Dixon.
To follow up on that. I have an entirely different perspective. I have 2 Great Pyrenees, and I don't let them out in the front yard because they're going to jump over the fence. I don't want to have to pay $2,500 to get a variance if in a situation like that. I think 10 feet is perfectly adequate. Our yard, front yard goes up. There's no lack of visibility. It's just a fence that protects our dogs and our kids. So I think that we should allow flexibility. I think the 10 feet is perfectly reasonable. I don't think we should be eliminating the ability to do anything within that 20-foot setback because that's up at our garage door. So we would have no wall or fence or anything. I think there's plenty of examples in our neighborhood alone. I live on Congress Street, where there are some very tastefully done walls that are, that are up higher than 6 feet. I agree, we shouldn't have a wall of walls along the sidewalk. There are some areas where that happens and it's awful. But we should not prohibit someone who has a legitimate need for a fence. And if we need to do some sort of opacity standard, like in the proposed 1374, where is that, E? 1375E, walls and fences within landscape setbacks will be a maximum of 40% solid. Something like that. But I don't think we should preclude the 6 feet. I think that people have a legitimate need for privacy and security and things like that.
I think he's right.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Martinez.
All right. Let me continue with walls and fences. So just to clarify, there is an allowed 6-foot tall wall or fence 10 feet from the property line, except between 10 and 20 feet, given the subsection E, it would have to be 40% solid. Is that correct?
Commissioner, subsection E applies to, with the 40% solid, applies to commercial and industrial zones.
That is not stated. Okay.
We will clarify that.
I mean, to Mr. Toller's point, I think I would be supportive of it applying in the residential zone. So there's that. That's why I was thinking that's good. I guess, yeah, clarifying in that section what applies to residential, what applies to commercial industrial.
Noted. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me do some general questions. What other uncodified zoning administrator determinations are there?
We have several zoning administrator determinations that are currently not being codified as part of this zoning code amendment. That doesn't mean they might not be codified in the future, however. These, for example, include a determination interpreting how we apply setbacks to play equipment, like pool slides and skateboard ramps, like the really tall ones in the backyard. There's one specifically for a special use that we have in the city, kind of interpreting what it is. Let's see.
Do you mind if I jump in for
Of course.
second? We have about 28, 30 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Staff went through the list and looked at which ones are still being used on a day-to-day basis, which ones would be useful to codify. The goal here is to kind of introduce a zoning code amendment to the Planning Commission and to then do this on a regular basis. So we wanted to bring you a package that could be digestible and considered at once, with the anticipation that we'd come back and do it more often. So there are more things that need to be cleaned up and done, not just zoning administrator determinations, but other things that we have noticed on the counter or that need to change just based on better planning practice, and we anticipate continuing to bring those to you in future.
Okay. I mean, if you have a list, I'd love to see it, just out of curiosity, really. And then another probably technical, maybe legal question is in various places, we insert new text in the middle of a section. So it'll be AB, new section C, and then what was previously C becomes D. I know when sections have been striked out, it goes on to say reserved. So I just want to make sure that we're okay doing that. And if we do it this way, that there's no other cross-reference in any other part of the code that might affect it.
Yeah, I'll take that one, Commissioner Martinez. As part of technical code cleanups, we, once we're at a point where we're finalized with what the commission is comfortable with, we will do everything in our power to minimize the reference changes because of the numerous and unknown areas where the references might be used, and that way it'll minimize any reference changes in documents that are, well beyond what the zoning ordinance is. So we will make an effort to do that, even if that means creating, say, a new subsection that doesn't affect that. So the point is well taken. Thank you.
Okay. Back to the rest of the list. Are exposed pipes, etc., a safety issue, or are we doing this amendment just out of pure aesthetics?
Typically, properly installed pipes and conduits would not generally be a safety issue. Of course, there's always the potential of, improperly installed or special circumstances. But this zoning code amendment is specifically to address aesthetic issues, not safety issues.
Okay.
And if there is a safety issue, it would be, a building code.
Sure.
Like we would red tag it and handle it in that fashion.
Okay. For group and individual counseling, for two counselors who may be independent from each other but share the same office location or suite, would that be individual counseling as defined, or because it's no longer a single operator at that suite, would it then be group counseling?
If the two operators were completely unrelated, for example, if they didn't belong to like a parent company or something like that, then they would each be considered individual counseling and parked and determined to be a use at the office rate.
And if they were part of the same company but both served individuals or families, would it still be individual counseling?
If the area that they occupied, including their proportionate share of the lobby, exceeded 500 square feet, then they would be considered group counseling.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just say that my preference for the parking requirements for this one would just be keep the both group and individual counseling the same at 4 per 1,000 and not have a higher one for group. Okay. I'll skip that one and I'll go to SB 9. Why are we requiring one garage space per unit for SB 9 lots?
I'm going to take that one. We are required to have one, so we require one space per lot. It's consistent with state law. It's something the city currently does in its ordinance. The revision is just not to preclude it. So the way that it's currently written, it reads like you can propose one and only one. So with this revision, if a developer wanted to do a 2-car garage or have open space parking in front of that garage, they would be allowed to do that as part of an SB 9 project.
Okay, I see. And when it says per unit, that would not include an ADU unit that might be on that parcel, correct?
So correct. So ADUs are subject to their own parking requirements. So this is only for SB 9, the SB 9 housing unit, not if there's also an ADU on the unit.
Okay. Just to do comments now.
Actually,
Oh,
if you're going to wait, we do have public hearing, so
I mean, this is a.
I know nobody's here, but oh,
Okay, I will wait to do comments.
it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So last night, I'll just share this because there's no one else here. I did go through the zoning code. I read the entire zoning code. It took me a while, and there are any number of other things that I noticed that I think it would be good for us to eventually get into. Anything from the small, like Section 13.9, saying that we still have 5 council members, or anything from the big policy decisions that I hope that we can get into. I sent a list to staff, and I believe the rest of the commission may have gotten it as well. So I hope that we can get to those items soon. I know there's maybe one or a couple in there that have been specifically mentioned at City Council and at City Council meetings. So hopefully we can have a future study session on zoning code as a whole, not just the small technical things. I'm very hopeful for that because there's a lot in there that I would like to do. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, that's a good idea. Any other questions of staff, commissioners? I have one quick one on SB 9. Do we know how many applications we've had under SB 9?
Thank you for your question, Chair. I do not have the exact number in front of me, and I'm happy to find it and send it to you if you would like. But I believe it is something less than 10 or about 10. Oh. I think we have either approved or in the pipeline, but I can give you that exact number later, okay, sir.
I figured it was a small number, but I was happy to.
I would like that as well. Addresses, if that's on your list too.
Of course, sir.
All right. I'm going to open up the public comments. I don't see anybody in chambers. Anna, do we have anybody on Zoom or phone?
No, there is not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm going to close public comments. Okay. Any further questions of staff, commissioners? Would anybody like to make a motion?
Move to receive and file.
Motion by Commissioner Martinez, second by Commissioner Dixon. Let's call for the question.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay, great. All right, lastly, Public Services Report, Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report from Public Works. Refer back to the chair.
Okay. Director Tai, anything from Development Services?
Yes, just a brief report. So first of all, I wanted to commend Commissioner Martinez for taking my report on the Airport Land Use Commission results. Thank you for that. Just a note to the Planning Commission, 2 projects that you previously considered, Hive Live and Victoria Place, will be presented to City Council on July 15th. And then also at the Planning Commission's next meeting, we'll be presenting a housing development at 3150 Bear Street. I'm going to continue the now minted tradition of presenting housing developments at these meetings. And then later in July, we'll be returning with the zoning code amendment at a public hearing, not at the immediate meeting, but the one after that. So that's my report for tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Preziosi, anything from City Attorney?
Not this evening, Chair.
Okay. I will adjourn the meeting.